Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
I have a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any items for the record?
I have nothing at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll proceed to the first item on the afternoon's agenda.
LB 800 under consideration, Senator Blood's AM 2210.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll continue debate on AM 2210. Senator Blood, you are first in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, friends all, I'd like to address several of the concerns on the floor before lunch. Quite frankly, we're all really tired from our late night, and I've got to say my response rate was a bit off mark before lunch, but I have rebounded, so I hope you're actually listening, not just negotiating between each other. So in reference to Senator Linehan's concern about making legislation about a one-off instance to make sure it doesn't happen again, I'd like to remind everyone about Senator Flood's attempt where he had the bill also brought to Urban Affairs where he took aim at the Omaha City Council's decision to authorize up to $17.5 million in TIF for the proposed War Horse Casino at Horseman's Park. So there are lots of instances over the last 6 years that we have had legislation made on one-off instances because we never want to see it happen again. In reference to Senator Breezy's comment, I agree that municipalities can already deny, but as we've learned over and over since I've been here the last 6 years, because the definition of TIF is so broad, we constantly have municipalities, especially Omaha, coming to us for further clarification, asking us to change statute to clarify if they have the authority to do certain things. And we comply, by the way. The ability to withhold TIF based on past due property taxes is something that several city attorneys have told me they aren't clear on. They know they can refuse based on that, but not sure they can say it's based on the fact that the taxes are delinquent, which is lawyer speak, by the way. I'd also like to remind everyone of Senator Breezy's LB 1060 that required cities to provide written finding with clear and convincing evidence supported by at least 2 affidavits from experts in the field of public finance. Apparently, Senator Breezy did take issue with how TIF is used in some instances and wanted to address that as well. In reference to Senator Jacobson's comment, yes, I do understand that TIF is only provided by cities, but I want to make it clear that TIF districts may overlap counties and cities, and I hope people are listening because I answered questions that I said in my opening earlier. I believe that there are exemptions for TIF for our ethanol plants, Senator Jacobson, that are outside the city limits. So yes, cities do provide TIF, but with this exception, they do not need to be within the city limits. I was aware of a developer in Omaha. We asked for another incident who requested TIF from the city council, and there was quite the discussion about it. If somebody in arrears could be refused TIF for a new property if they were unwilling to pay their past due property taxes. I believe that was, I said senator in my notes here, Councilman Gray, who led that discussion several years ago. So if you Google it, I'm sure it's in the Omaha World Herald. The question is if there's a problem that needs to be addressed in reference to people not paying their property taxes. Is that really a problem? It is a problem. In fact, if you go to the state website, you'll see there are over 500 pages with approximately 40 parcels or more per page of properties with past due property taxes. Just a quick glance, and I haven't been able to do the math because we had such a short lunch. There is a minimum of 10% of those properties that are indeed businesses who are in arrears for long periods of time. The question is if NACO and the league support this bill. Yes, after we amended it in committee to provide the waiver. I clearly remember NACO coming in and clearly saying that they want businesses to pay their property taxes and to be good stewards. Apparently, that's not the wish of everybody on the floor. And I believe it was also hinted here on the floor today about tax liens can be paid down, and that's the solution. In fact, it looks like JBGB here in Lincoln partially paid down Alt-N's debt. With that said, that creates a whole new issue when it comes to layers of ownership when a person wants to go and buy that property. You may see it as a great investment because as an investor, you'll get paid. But it creates a secondary issue for government because when that parcel is sold, they often don't know who really owes the taxes and have trouble tracking those responsible down. In fact, when Senator Sanders was mayor, I brought forward a bill that Senator Sue Crawford carried because it is so confusing with layers of ownership. And I can't even count how many people came to me when I was on the council who got stuck paying property taxes in arrears that they clearly did not owe, but was owed by a previous owner. And these liens created confusion. So that's a whole nother issue. And yes, Senator Jacobson, I know that a lien is a legal claim applied to property, so I don't need to have that explained to me. But it also creates a chain of title that although it is the title company's job to do a title search, we find that that is problematic, especially with businesses when multiple liens have been utilized. With that, I'll get back in the queue and address additional issues.
Thanks, Senator Blood. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, my head's kind of spinning right now. I've been a banker for 42 years. I've chaired the North Platte CRA for 23 years. I do know how TIF works. I'm going to give a little short tutorial here. First of all, I want to speak a little bit to the comments made after I did my first presentation with regard to the TIF bonds themselves. Okay, who funds a TIF bond? The answer is the developer. So the developer, if there's a TIF bond that's going to be $1.5 million TIF bond, the developer writes a check for $1.5 million and gives it to the city. The city then, the CRA, for the city treasurer is the CRA's treasurer. The CRA's treasurer gives them a check back for $1.5 million. Quick math would say, how much is the city out? The answer is 0. Okay, $1.5 million comes in, $1.5 million comes back. Then the city CRA gives them a TIF bond. And that TIF bond gives them the right to the income stream generated from the incremental tax increases that are generated from building that project on the property. Incremental tax means that amount of tax that's above the base level of tax that currently goes to the taxing authorities and will continue to go to the taxing authorities. How do we size the bond? I'll tell you how we size the bond. We do it by the interest rate. Let's take, for example, there's $100,000 a year and it's a 15-year TIF bond. Simple math would be, if it's 0 interest, you get $100,000 a year, so your TIF bond would be $1.5 million, right? You get $100,000 a year in payment, you get it all paid over 15 years, $1.5 million. That's at 0 interest. If you set the interest rate at 6%, how much is a TIF bond? It's smaller. In fact, it's about $967,000. And why is that? Because you have to account for paying the interest back. So now the developer puts in $1.5 million, okay, but instead of 0.5, it's only 967 because they don't get the full 1.5 because they have to account for interest out of the funds flow. The funds flow is fixed. That's why the interest rate moves. Oh, by the way, if the bond payments that come in from the incremental income tax are not sufficient to pay off the bond, then the bondholder loses. That's why you would be somewhat suspect if you want to go out and buy a TIF bond at full face value, because there's a pretty good chance you won't get all your money back. So I want to give you that first. As it relates to TIF bonds in North Platte, we've never TIF'd a project that wasn't within the city limits. We've annexed property in. We annexed in the land where the Walmart Food Distribution Center is, so they have it within the city limits, okay? That's the way it works in virtually every case. There might be some rare exceptions, but that's what they'd be, is rare exceptions. Also, the CRA is appointed by the city council, appointed by the mayor, approved by the city council. And what happens is when a project is recommended, it has to go through the process and ends up at the city council, and they have to affirmatively approve that TIF project, every one of them. So I'm back again. This is a needless bill. There's no need for this at all. The city council has the opportunity to deal with it. That's how it's virtually done in every case. There may be rare exceptions. This is belt and suspenders. It's not necessary. I would urge you to vote no.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I am in agreement with Senator Jacobson to vote no here. This is an issue. I think this bill is trying to be a solution, looking for a problem. But if one time this happened, we surely have to pass a statute to fix that. Let me give you an example of why we do things here. When I was on the NACO board, some gentleman from Nebraska drove through a toll booth in New Jersey with his vehicle, and they had a very similar number on his pickup that wasn't able. They had a very similar number on his pickup that wasn't able. Came to NACO and they wanted us to pass a statute, changed the law so that farm plates had to have a letter after the number. And you've noticed now I'm not on NACO anymore, and so they did that. For one time, one person drove through a toll booth in New Jersey or wherever it was, and we changed the statute for one time, one thing happened. That is exactly what we're doing here. It is time for us to vote red on 2210 and move on. I would hate to see 2210 included in 800, because if there's any possibility I may vote for 800, if this is amended into it, I may not. So if you're in favor of 800, you may want to consider not adopting 2210 if you need my vote. If you don't, vote however you want. But I will be voting against 2210, and I encourage you to do the same.
Thanks, Senator Erdman. Senator Blood, you recognize, and this is your third opportunity before you close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll also make this my closing since we're trying to move things forward. Fellow senators, friends all, I just really appreciate all of the mansplaining from Senator Jacobson. Thank you for doing that. I did serve on the Bellevue City Council for 8 years. I clearly understand TIF, but it's always nice to glean additional information, just to kind of make sure you shore up your knowledge. So thank you for that. And Senator Erdman, shame on you, making threats about the underlying bill if you go ahead and vote for the amendment. If you don't want to vote for 800, don't vote for 800, but Senator Wayne and our committee worked very hard on that. You know, I don't have high hopes of this. Was asked by the people of Meade, as I have many of the bills that we haven't even been able to get out of committee, to do this. They're desperate. They wanted help. I have compassion, and I brought the bill forward. It's clear the bill will likely not pass. That's okay. This is not a hill that I'm willing to die on. But I will say that there seems to be a weird consensus this year about any bill that I brought forward. So I guess we're going to see on my priority bill when the speaker puts it on the agenda next week for the select file, when I answer each and everybody's concerns, how are you going to vote then? So let's see if this is just a trend or if it really is concerns about the amendment itself. With that, please consider that my closing as well. Please vote green. I'm not willing to sink LB 800, so I want to move this forward out of respect to Senator Wayne and the Urban Affairs Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Blood. Question before the body is the adoption of AM 2210. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's been a request to place the House under call. Question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
16 ayes, 8 nays to place the House under call.
The House is under call. All unexcused senators, please return to the floor. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Brewer, please check in. Senator Lindstrom, please return to the floor. The House is under call. Senator Blood, we're waiting on Senator Lindstrom. Would you like to wait or proceed? All unexcused senators are now present. The question for the body is the adoption of AM 2210, a roll call in reverse order. Senator Blood? A roll call in reverse order has been requested. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Wishart, Senator Williams, voting no. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Stinner, not voting. Senator Slama, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Pansy Brooks, Senator Pauls, Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Moser, voting no. Senator Morfeld, Senator McKinney. Senator Morfeld, please. Yes, thank you. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting no. Senator McAllister, not voting. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lindstrom, voting no. Senator Lathrop, voting yes. Senator Coulterman, not voting. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hickelman, voting no. Senator Hilgers, voting no. Senator Matt Hansen, not voting. Senator Ben Hansen, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting no. Senator Gregor, not voting. Senator Geist, Senator Friesen, voting no. Senator Flood, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Dorn, voting no. Senator DeBoer, Senator Day, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Breesy, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Bostar, Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Albright, Senator Aguilar, not voting. Senator Wishart, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. 15 ayes, 23 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. I raise a call. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Senator Ben Hansen would move to amend.
Senator Ben Hansen, you are recognized to open on AM 2365.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to offer AM 2365 to LB 800, and I appreciate Senator Wayne's willingness to allow me to offer this amendment to his bill, which I support. AM 2365 would help provide a more predictable regulatory environment for charitable organizations by ensuring state agencies and other state governmental offices do not exceed their legislative authority as pertains to filing or reporting requirements placed on them. The contents of this amendment are LB 823, as it was amended and voted out of the Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee. Let me be clear, this amendment does nothing to reduce the requirements and currently required of charitable organizations, but it does reaffirm that all new filing or reporting requirements placed on charitable organizations first be approved through the legislative process. In other states, we have seen an increasing call for charitable organizations to disclose an increasing number of details about their operations, governance, and grant making beyond what the legislature has required. 7 states have enacted this legislation in just the last 2 years, including Iowa, Kansas, South Dakota, and New York, to name a few. These states have made it hospitable for charities and created a predictable regulatory environment. It's better to be proactive because philanthropy serves as a vital part of the Nebraska community. I believe our charitable organizations in Nebraska should be highlighted, commended, and encouraged, not drawn into overburdensome regulations that haven't been authorized by this legislative body. With that, I'll do my best to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your opening, Senator Hansen. Debate is now open on AM 2365. Senator Hunt, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was a no vote on this bill, and I took a look again at the bill over lunch, and I wanted to speak to my opposition and my no vote on this bill when it came through committee. I have concerns about hampering reasonable transparency and accountability in the nonprofit sector. This is a bill backed by a group called Philanthropy Roundtable, which is funded by the Koch brothers and works to shield the identity of donors to nonprofits. And I oppose this amendment because this is the kind of thing that can increase donations of dark money into nonprofits and decrease transparency, which I don't think is a good thing. These are organizations that get significant tax benefits when we're talking about nonprofits. And with those tax benefits, I think that we need to expect accountability. I've been the executive director of a nonprofit. I've given board service to several nonprofits, and I know I have the experience in this sector to say that this isn't going to be good policy for Nebraska. Charitable nonprofits are not afraid of government. We work in partnership with government. And the filing and reporting requirements that we already have are not a burden on nonprofits. They know how to run their nonprofits. They know what to do. They know what files, what things they need to file in order to stay in compliance with the law. And that's not currently a burden on us. There's an organization, the Nonprofit Association of the Midlands, that a lot of you are probably familiar with. They represent 725 different nonprofits in Nebraska. And they told me that they have never had anyone come to them and say that they had concerns about the current regulations that we have in our state for nonprofits. And that's their members and non-members included. I think we just have to go on the side of accountability and transparency. And we rely on nonprofits to give us a lot of essential services, but we also expect them to manage their finances, to run their nonprofits responsibly, and also be politically nonpartisan. And the current privacy and transparency balance in our state is reasonable, and I don't see a need to change those requirements through an amendment like this, and neither do others in the nonprofit community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Matt Hansen, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senator Ben Hansen's amendment 2365. I've spoken with both him and Senator Wayne, and they're aware of my opposition. Just to clarify, this is a bill that came out of the government committee, so a different committee, and it came out of that committee with opposition, both negative votes coming out of committee and with opponents at the hearing. I was present, not voting, as kind of a polite no, but I certainly don't want it to be, or think it's appropriate to be added to an urban affairs package. In my mind, we could maybe debate the bill on its own merits if it had its own vehicle, but this is about changing kind of nonprofits and transparency in nonprofits, specifically through the Administrative Procedures Act. And we're trying to attach it to a bill that is almost exclusively about the powers of cities and like local districts, like sanitary improvement districts and I think drainage districts. So it's inherently a bill about state function, one of our most core state actions in terms of the Administrative Procedures Act, and we're attaching it to a bill about cities. I think it's tenuously related at best. I don't want to challenge the germaneness at this point, but it's something that I think we should as a body consider. Over the lunch hour, I did reconfirm that local nonprofits, including the nonprofit associations of the Midlands, are still opposed to this bill and this amendment as presented. And so at this point, I will just ask my colleagues to continue their opposition and vote down AM 2365. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Blood, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, friends all, as Senator Hunt and Senator Hansen, I sit on the Urban Affairs Committee, and although I did not vote no, I was present not voting for some of the same reasons that you just heard on the mic. But friends, this is a backdoor attempt. It's a backdoor attempt because we know that there is dark money that is filtered through alleged nonprofits to influence elections in Nebraska. And Senator Hansen may not understand that that's indeed what the cause is, but we know, because we educate ourselves on these issues, that this is indeed the case. Now, I want to point out too, we have a bill in government that's going to die this year because we can't get a fifth vote to get it out that actually prevented dark money filtered through nonprofits, these types of nonprofits, out of committee. So with respect, this isn't about the United Way. This isn't about the Crisis Center. This is about a specific type of nonprofit who wants to be under the radar. And quite frankly, that is something I can't support. Just like I support transparency in government, I support transparency when it comes to Nebraska's nonprofits. I don't want to hear speeches today about how important it is to protect our nonprofits, because that, friends, is not what this bill is about. Don't be fooled. It is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Take a minute, Google, do your research. Voting for this bill means that you are willing to let our consumers, to let our public servants not be aware of who gets involved in their elections and the ne'er-do-wells that are trying to influence them if you support this bill. With that, I would yield any time I have left to Senator Hunt. If she
Senator Hunt, 2-minute 50.
Thanks, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Blood. I don't have anything to add. I would just reiterate my opposition to this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Ben Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can understand the concerns that Senator Hunt, Senator Blood, and Senator Matt Hansen raised. A little bit off the mic, I did discuss a little bit more with Senator Matt Hansen and Senator Wayne about some of the germaneness issues that do make sense. I just want to quickly, though, first address some of the issues with dark money that this might be coming into campaigns, possibly. This amendment only impacts 501c3 nonprofits. Taken directly from the IRS, under the Internal Revenue Code, all Section 501c3 organizations are absolutely prohibited from directly or indirectly participating in or intervening in any political campaign on behalf of or in opposition to any candidate for elected public office. I think maybe what we might be thinking of here are the 501c4 organizations, which this does not pertain to. The purpose of this bill is to protect, I don't want to give a speech about it because I was told not to, but it is kind of to protect nonprofit organizations from overburdensome, I won't say regulation, but investigation by the administration or by certain entities and state offices, whether it is a Republican or a Democrat administration, is to make sure that they're not being too overburdensome on these nonprofits because they're trying to do something that is not within their purview per the legislative rules. So with that, and with talking with Senator Matt Hansen off the mic, I am going to pull this amendment because I don't want to get into a quagmire here and hold up time. So in respect to the speaker and in respect to the process, I'll pull the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
So ordered. Return to debate on LB 800. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized. Senator Matt Hansen waves. Seeing no one else left in the queue, Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 800 to ENR for engrossing.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Nay. LB 800 is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator McKinney, ENR amendments to LB 1102, first of all.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1102.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Nay. So moved.
Senator Bostelman would move to amend AM 2470.
Senator Bosselman, you're recognized to open on AM 2470.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. AM 2470 is a technical cleanup amendment. During the ENR process, the revisor's office noticed referencing and grammatical errors that needed to be corrected and some language that needed to be clarified in addition to what the ENR we just passed. They suggested this amendment would be better suited to correct those errors. Some of the specific corrections made in the amendment include changing references from, quote, the act, end quote, to, quote, the Nebraska Environmental Response Act, end quote. Also shortening references from the Department of Environmental Energy to just the department. Clarified the lien notices only needed to be filed in Nebraska counties where the responsible person owns or holds property. And we clarified that this act applies to releases in such quantities which are harmful to environment. I ask for your green vote on AM 2470 and ask for your advance of 1102 to final reading. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosselman. See no one in the queue. You're welcome to close on AM 2470. Senator Bosselman waives close. The question is, shall the amendment to LB 1102 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Mr. Clerk, please record.
32 ayes, no nays on the adoption of Senator Bostelman's amendment.
The amendment is adopted.
I have nothing further on that bill, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Bosselman, you are welcome to close on 1102. Senator Bosselman waives close on 1102. I'm sorry, we have someone. Senator Blood, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to make this short and painless, I promise. I want to thank Senator Bosselman for introducing LB 1102. It's a big deal when you get Governor Ricketts' administration, Senator Bostelman, and the Sierra Club to endorse the most progressive environmental bill this body has considered in a long time. They are the only ones to support it during the committee hearing. When I first read it, I thought this was a bill from California, maybe from AOC and DC. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw that it was indeed a Nebraska bill and was even prioritized. This bill gives unrestricted authority to the NDEE to address environmental releases, spills, and cleanups. NDEE can assess civil penalties. They can come on your property whenever they want. They can issue cease and desist orders, and they can issue an administrative penalty of $5,000 per day violation, amongst others. LB 1102 is a significant expansion of NDEE authority to address environmental issues, which is not a priority for a lot of my Republican friends. And again, I want to thank Senator Bostelman for introducing this progressive legislation. Bravo.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1102 to ENR for engrossing.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion is carried. Mr. Clerk?
1102A, Senator, I have no amendments to that bill.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1102A to ENR for engrossing.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Mr. Clerk?
LB 888, I have ENR amendments, first of all, Senator.
Senator McKinney?
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 888.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
First Amendment, Senator Bostelman, AM 2201.
Senator Bosselman, you're welcome to open on AM 2201.
Thank you, Mr. President. General file as to what acts of genocide our teachers would be educating students.
Senator Bostelman, AM 2201.
Senator Bosselman, you're welcome to open on AM 2201.
Thank you, Mr. President. General file as to what acts of genocide our teachers would be educating students. The genocides in Bosnia and Rwanda, and the U.S. Congress officially recognized 5 genocides in Bosnia, Rwanda, Darfur in 2004, the Yazidis in territories under the control of ISIS, and the Armenian. I've spoken with Senator Day and want to thank her for giving me the opportunity to introduce this and support on this amendment. I would ask for your green vote on 2201 as well as underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosselman. Debate is now open. Senator Day, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I wanted to thank Senator Bosselman for his graciousness in working with me on this amendment. As I said before, sometimes the floor debate process makes bills better, and I think this amendment does make this bill better. So I would encourage your green vote on Amendment 2201 and the underlying bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Pansing Brooks, you are recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to stand up, Mr. President, and say that this is an exciting day because Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has just been confirmed for the Supreme Court. I think it's a historic, wonderful day as our first Black female judge will be confirmed to sit on our land's highest court. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'd ask if Senator Bosselman would yield to a question.
Senator Bosselman, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
I guess my question on this bill is I'm all in favor of teaching the subject matter. I guess, is this a requirement or is this something that's optional for the schools? I'm more concerned about any kind of unfunded mandate that we're going to place upon the schools. That would be my only concern. I'm fully in support of the subject matter. I'm just concerned about is it creating an unfunded mandate?
So my amendment only addresses the genocide portion of it. I think you might want to ask Senator Day on that. She may have an answer for you.
Senator Day, would you yield?
Senator Day?
Yes, of course.
I guess I'll ask the same question. Is this a requirement that this be taught, or is this an optional thing that can be done? My concern really comes down to not creating an unfunded mandate for our school districts.
Yeah, so this is going to add a requirement to the social studies curriculum. Again, many schools are already teaching it. There was no fiscal impact for this bill. There is no additional cost to schools. We were just ensuring that schools who've had trouble implementing this type of curriculum and have received pushback, that they will be able to teach it with the stamp of the Nebraska Legislature, essentially.
Thank you, Senator Day. I guess my concern is that as I start looking at smaller rural districts that are struggling to get teachers and really be able to teach the core subjects, I'm really concerned about any kind of unfunded mandate on them. Again, I have no issues with the subject matter. I think the subject matter is good. I would encourage teachers and schools to adopt this. I'm just concerned about the unfunded mandate, and I don't know that I can favor it because of that. If that wasn't a mandate, I would be fine. So that would be my concern. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Jacobson, Bosselman, and Day. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Day yield to a question?
Senator Day, will you yield?
Yes.
So part of my concerns is that, and we've done this recently several times, we are as a body starting to mandate or tell our schools what they should teach, how they should teach it. Do you feel at some point that the Board of Education or the State Board of Education should start doing more of this? What are their duties as you recognize versus what we're doing today?
Yeah, I mean, sure, the State Board of Education can handle some of these types of things, but we have issues that are brought to us from educators. We have issues that are brought to us from people in different communities that it becomes appropriate for us to address these issues on a certain level and create some type of congruency across the state from rural to urban to suburban schools in terms of the curriculum that's being taught. And again, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of this was I would say part of it was in response to schools saying that they were getting pushback in terms of wanting to implement these types of discussions in curriculums and the rise of white supremacy in the past several years. And I would also add that we had no opposition testimony in this hearing either from rural schools or anyone else.
I mean, I get it. If the state board doesn't want to address issues and they would like us to do that, that's one thing. But thank you for answering the questions. But as we go forward and we keep doing this, we keep adding things. And to me, either the State Board of Education needs to start doing its job, or we don't need them really. We can dictate everything from here. And I think that gets to be burdensome after a while. So My thoughts are the State Board of Education does need to start addressing issues more often and taking that public input, doing their job as they have been given that authority to do. But again, I got no qualms about either voting for or against this at the moment, but do think that the state board should be more active in addressing some of these issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Friesen and Day. Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Bosselman, you're welcome to close on AM 2201. Senator Bosselman waives close. The question is, shall AM 2201 to LB 888 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
35 ayes, no nays on adoption of Senator Bostelman's amendment.
The amendment is adopted.
Senator Wayne would move to amend.
Senator Wayne, you're welcome to open on floor amendment 193.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, if you'll recall, some of us was in the body a couple years ago when Senator Howard brought the same bill. It was attached to Education Priority Bill, Omnibus Bill of 1131. The same concept. We're not changing anything that the body has already not previously adopted, and there were 34 people who supported the floor amendment in this exact same language, and all it does is after genocide adds the word slavery, lynching, and other racial massacres in America. And the point of it is not all genocides are based off of race. More importantly, if you look at the genocides that were quoted by Senator Bostelman, while I think it's important that we learn about genocides, particularly the Holocaust, we also should pay attention to what happens here in America and our history. And so I think definitely slavery, lynching, and racial massacres here in America throughout our history are just as important, if not more important, for the American history as the Holocaust. So I would ask for a green vote. If anybody has any question, I would likely appreciate it. I do want to just tell you that this was already passed again 2 years ago on a similar bill that added as a floor amendment, but that overall omnibus bill did not go anywhere. So this is something this body has supported before. And again, it recognizes our American history and some of the massacres that have occurred here in America. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Debate is now open on the floor amendment 193. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, or it feels like evening this afternoon. Senator Wayne, will you yield to a question?
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, help me, if you can, describe for me or explain what racial massacres might be included in teaching, because I'm not familiar with those. Do you have any examples?
Yeah, so you have the famous 1900 Wall Street massacre where a bomb was dropped in Tulsa, Oklahoma, because there was a black business district that was doing well. You have what happened to the Native Americans with the massacre down in Florida when other people came to America and had huge massacres. You can talk about the Trail of Tears. You could talk about many massacres that have happened based on racial lines.
Okay, would the Boston bomber and the Boston Marathon be a massacre?
Not necessarily how I see it right now. I think that's up for debate. Again, Senator Erdman, the bigger issue is when we start listing out things, you can't do a full complete list. That's why we said other racial massacres.
That's why I thought Senator Bosselman's amendment that any genocides approved by or recognized by Congress was a good idea, because that kind of opens it up to encompass those things you're speaking about, would it not?
It wouldn't encompass those. He listed 5 that were actually recognized, and I believe that one massacre that happened in America with the Native Americans, and you can find multiple, were not considered massacre or genocide.
Okay. So you're saying in your opening, you said that we have voted on this language before? I
Yes.
don't remember that.
LB 1131, which was the omnibus education bill in 2000, and I'll get you the exact date here in a second.
Okay. All right. Well, you've answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Wayne. Senator Day, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to Senator Wayne. Again, I appreciate his efforts here and wanting to include other really important pieces of history, specifically American history in the social studies curriculum. And I would encourage your green vote on floor amendment 193 and the underlying bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Day. See no one left in the queue. Senator Wayne, you're welcome to close on your floor amendment.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so it was a 2020 bill that was the Education Committee's omnibus bill that included this specific language from Senator Howard's bill and then amended on the floor for Senator Chambers amended it. There was a vote, but that bill ended up dying. If you'll recall, it had some tax provisions. It had a couple other things that didn't do specifically with this area. So that bill ended up not going anywhere. My only point is I'm not trying to say the Holocaust is not important. I think it is. But I think if we're going to require the Holocaust, then we definitely should talk about the tragic history of Native Americans in this country and what happened. We definitely cannot ignore slavery. We definitely shouldn't ignore other racial massacres that did happen. But the difference between the genocide and racial massacres is genocide does not have to be purely race. And in fact, most of the time it's religious. That's why you talk about what happened in Africa. They're not arguing over race. They're arguing over different religious values many times or different areas. So we're just trying to keep it balanced. Again, this was voted on. Over 34 people voted in support of it in 2020, of which many of you are in the same, were in the same body at the time. So I know some of you are probably looking up to figure out how you voted. I can tell you, but it passed that time. I think it should pass this time. So it's not a complicated. I support the underlying bill. I just don't think we should leave out what happened in our own American history. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. The question is, shall the amendment, floor amendment 193 to LB 888 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed, nay. Has everyone voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
31 ayes, no nays on adoption of Senator Wayne's amendment.
The amendment is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator McKinney.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 888 to ENR for engrossing.
you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. LB 888 is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
LB 1016, Senator, I have enrollment and review amendments pending.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1016.
you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
I have nothing further on that bill, Senator.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1016 to ENR for engrossing.
you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. LB 1016 is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
LB 902, I have ENR amendments first of all.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 902.
you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Senator Kavanaugh had pending motion 205. I have a note she wishes to withdraw.
So ordered.
I have nothing further in the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 902 to ENR for engrossing.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The bill advance, 902.
Legislative Bill 902A, Senator. I have no amendments to that bill.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 902A to ENR for engrossing.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. LB 902A advances.
52A, Senator. I have ENR amendments, first of all.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 852.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
I have nothing further on that bill, Senator.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 852 to ENR for engrossing.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Bill advances.
1069 has ENR amendments pending, Senator.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1069.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is adopted.
I have nothing further on that bill, Senator.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1069 to ENR for engrossing.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is adopted.
Mr. President, the next amendment, or next bill, excuse me, LB 1068, I have enrollment and review amendments, first of all, Senator.
Senator McKinney.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1068.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, I had a bracket motion, Senator, withdraw. Thank you. Mr. President, the next motion is Senator Stinner. Senator Stinner offers AM 2695.
Senator Stinner, you're welcome to open on your amendment. While we are waiting, Senator Hilkeman would like to welcome some special guests. There are 50 fourth grade students from Lifegate Christian School in Omaha with the adults. Would you please rise, students, and be greeted by your Nebraska Legislature? Senator Coulterman, you're welcome to open on AM 2695.
Yeah, all that this amendment does, it strikes the word public so that private schools are eligible for the money as well.
Debate is now open on AM 2695. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Would Senator Coulterman yield to a question?
Senator Coulterman, will you yield?
To the best of my ability, I will.
What did you say? Sorry. What did you just say?
Well, when the bill was passed, and Stinner can address an
Thanks.
aye, but
Senator Stinner, will you yield to a question?
Yes, I will. Oh, it's over.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Yes.
Senator Coulterman was just saying this allows money to go to private schools. Can you
Yeah,
expand on that?
we're actually removing the word public schools, which opens it up to any private as well as public schools on the behavioral health side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Stinner, you're welcome to close on AM 2695. He waives close. Members, the question is, shall AM 2695 be adopted? Those in favor, vote aye. Opposed, nay. Has everyone voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
36 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted.
I have nothing further on that bill.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1068 to ENR for engrossing.
you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is adopted.
1068A, no ENRs. Senator Stinner, AM 2708.
Senator Stinner, you're welcome to open on AM 2708.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the funding portion of it. We're using $1 million in ARPA funding for the Alt-N Health and Environmental Study in Senator Blood's bill. It was an original request of $10 million. It's been reduced to $1 million in ARPA. There's no general funds being used. With that, I would ask that you would have a green vote on AM on the amendment. Thank you.
Debate is now open on AM 2708. See no one in the queue. Senator Stinner, you're welcome to close. Senator Stinner waives close. The question is, shall the amendment AM 2708 to LB 1068 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
32 ayes, no nays on the amendment.
Amendment is adopted.
I have nothing further on that bill.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1068A to ENR for engrossing.
you've heard the motion. All those in favor vote, all those in favor, those opposed, nay. Motion is adopted.
Mr. President, 977, I have ENR amendments, Senator.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 977.
you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is adopted.
I have nothing further on that bill.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 977 to ENR for engrossing.
you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is adopted.
977A, Senator, I have no amendments to the bill.
Senator McKinney,
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 977A to ENR for engrossing.
you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion is adopted.
Mr.
Well, now-
President, excuse me.
We'll now move to general file, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. First bill, general file, LB 1218, bill by Senator Walls in the Education Committee. It's a bill for an act relating to education. Changes intent provisions relating to requirements to teach, provide special services, and administer in Nebraska schools. Redefines terms of changes, fees for certificates, and permits changes provisions relating to forgiveness under the Attracting Excellence in Teaching program. Bill was introduced on January 20. Referred to the Education Committee, advanced to general file. I have committee amendments as well as other amendments to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Walls, you're welcome to open on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the legislature. LB 1218 was introduced by the Education Committee, is an Education Committee priority bill, had no opposition at the hearing, and advanced unanimously from general file. LB 1218 was written to provide several solutions to the educator workforce shortage. Our teacher shortage is a serious issue, especially in rural areas, but persists around the state. We need to do something to help fix this problem. LB 1218 is the result of a lot of hard work in the interim to help us understand the problem. Last night, I provided each of you with a copy of the occupational licensing report to provide additional history and information about teacher certification. It provides some anecdotes for teachers that were not able to become certified in Nebraska, or at least not without going back to college and incurring additional debt. We heard a lot of stories during the hearing. For example, a young couple that had a very unfortunate experience. He was a former assistant coach at UNL, but moved with his wife to Texas to coach high school ball. For several years, he and his wife had successful teaching careers in Texas. He taught special education, and she was an ELL teacher fluent in Spanish. After having a baby, they decided to move back to Nebraska to be close to grandparents. He was offered a job at LPS, but after relocating here, found out that he was not eligible for a teaching certificate in Nebraska. His wife, who had planned to take a few years off to be a full-time mom, decided to pursue her teaching certificate instead, so that at least one of them would have a job. But no luck. At the time of the hearing, these two students were contemplating their new career moves because going back to college was not a financial option for their young family. Not to mention they would need additional college when they were successful teachers in another state. So how does LB 1218 help the situation? First, it begins with legislative findings and intent language aimed at ensuring that educators from other states have a path to joining the profession in Nebraska. This language also builds upon the intent of the legislature in 2003 that proficiency in basic skills competency should be a teacher certification requirement as opposed to a requirement for entrance into teacher education programs, and that it should be demonstrated in multiple ways, not just one single examination. Therefore, 1218 modifies the definition of basic skills competency, and I will explain that further when I discuss the committee amendment in a moment, as it was further refined after the hearing. LB 1218 changes the fee structure for teacher certificates from being explicitly set in statute to being set by the commissioner with a not to exceed amount. This statutory change allows the commissioner to increase, decrease, or waive the fees as deemed appropriate. Finally, 1218 as introduced offers an additional $1,000 of student loan forgiveness to participants in Attracting Excellence to Teaching program after the successful completion of their student teaching. This program is funded by lottery dollars, and there are ample funds in the current allocation to cover the additional loan forgiveness. The trifecta of efforts, coupled with the language providing our intent for action by the commissioner and the state board, I believe, provide immediate help to the workforce issue. Did I skip a whole page? No. I'm asking you for your support for our teachers and our schools, both public and private, to ensure that we have high-quality teachers available to educate our teacher. Please vote green to advance LB 1218. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Walls. As the clerk has stated, there is a committee amendment. Senator Walls, you're welcome to open.
Thank you again, Mr. President. AM 2213 substitutes the bill for making the following changes to the introduced green copy that I just discussed, while keeping the changes to the fee structure and the $1,000 student loan forgiveness after completion of student teaching. AM 2213 modifies the definition of basic skills competency. It requires that the examination, currently the Praxis Core 1, be taken as a certification requirement, but allows that those who fail it or a portion to correct the deficiency by either a retake or the successful completion of college coursework. The successful employment experiences language in the definition has been repurposed to allow basic skills and competency to be demonstrated through experience as education in another state. AM 2213 makes some statutory changes to further eliminate obstacles for out-of-state teachers and administrators to become certified in Nebraska, and this is a really important piece. Finally, AM 2213 incorporates LB 945, introduced by Senator Linehan, to create the Teach in Nebraska Today Act, a new student loan forgiveness program to offer $5,000 a year for up to 5 years for teachers. This is a great program to help recruit and retain teachers in a profession whose hiring rates are less than other in-demand jobs. The student loan forgiveness is available to Nebraska residents who teach full-time in public or private schools, including full-time dual credit educators. It is state income tax exempt and will go a long way in helping our hardworking teachers. This amendment makes 1218 even stronger to support our teachers and address the workforce crisis. I encourage your green vote in the committee amendment, AM 2213, and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
First of all, Senator Linehan, I have pending 2284, but a note you wish to withdraw. Thank you.
So ordered.
Senator Erdman would move to amend AM 2751.
Senator Erdman, you're recognized to open on AM 2751.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. Senator Walls, I appreciate what you're trying to do here. I do appreciate the loan forgiveness and those things that will help, especially in the rural part of our state. Our schools are very needy of teachers, and it's an opportunity for us to help them get into the profession, which I think is a noble one. And we have people who are trying to get into that profession but can't afford to do that. So thank you for doing that. But I read the bill, I read the amendment to the bill that becomes the bill, and I would bring your attention to page 19, and I have a very simple amendments, and I'll just describe what those are. On page 19, line 12, I'm striking the words work experience, including student teaching. That's one of the amendments. That's one of the changes on page 19, line 12. And then I'm leaving in place the college examination. And so the amendment says that we're going to strike from college admission and examinations through text teaching, and we're going to replace the college admissions examination. So we're not removing that. It's just the way the bill drafters wrote it. And then I'm taking out the section at the bottom, lines 22 through 31. I was concerned that what they would do here would allow someone not to have to take the exam to see if they were competent in teaching, because they could go back and get a minimum grade in that area where they were deficient. And I think that's inappropriate. So I'm striking the bottom part of that page, 22 through 31. And then on page 20 at the top, I'm just reinstating the language that was stricken. And that's a very simple amendment. I would encourage you to vote green on that, and then vote green on 2213 and 1218. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Debate is now open. Senator Walls, you are recognized.
Thank you. Colleagues, I rise to speak very briefly on this amendment. While Senator Erdman and I fundamentally disagree on the value that a single examination for teacher certification plays in preparing for high-quality teachers in the classroom, and personally, I would prefer moving forward with the language in the committee amendment. I am really willing to work with Senator Erdman and just move this very, very important piece of legislation across the floor. Therefore, I rise today to support AM 2751. There are so many important changes in this bill that will support the teaching profession and help address the workforce crisis. We will continue to work with the members of the committee, Education Committee, and other interested senators over the interim to find the best solution to the Praxis Core exam. In the meantime, I will be voting green on AM 27 2751, AM 2213, and the other underlying bill. I encourage you to do the same. Thank you, and I will yield the remainder of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Thank you. I echo Senator Walls. The only thing I was going to say is I introduced a separate bill that did many of the same things that Senator Walls probably went a little further because I think Senator Walls and I might be the only individuals in this body that have been teachers, if I'm correct, in a school system, in a K-12 school system. And fundamentally, I believe that there are many different indicators and measures of whether or not somebody is ready to be a teacher in a classroom. And in a time where we have a teacher workforce shortage and we are having teachers that are covering others, other periods in terms of the classroom day, and we need to make sure that we're addressing this shortage reactively. We need to try to address these types of issues that are opening it up so qualified teachers can then enter the profession, and the praxis being an assessment is not the only indicator and should not be the only barrier to entry for somebody trying to enter the workforce as an educator. And that is as somebody that has taken this exam. There's so many different indicators that are part of what is in the language that are really, really important. In addition to the teaching time, the work that you've done in terms of the portfolio, your classwork and coursework. So I just want to make sure that's clear. I wish it went further, quite honestly, because I think there's a real opportunity here to reduce some more regulations for getting good teachers in the classroom and thinking differently about a one-time assessment of what that measures and doesn't measure. But I will take deference here to Senator Walls and what she's trying to do as the chairwoman, and we'll support the underlying amendments to try to get a version of this through. And appreciate everybody and hope we can make it easier for the education workforce right now to be able to get teachers in classrooms that are qualified where we need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Before we continue, Senator Albright would like to welcome some special guests in the balcony, 43 students, 9th through 12, from Pender High School, Pender, Nebraska, 2 teachers, 2 sponsors. Students are members of the Pender FFA chapter. And welcome, please stand and be recognized and welcomed by the legislature. We will continue with debate. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I probably first need to clarify, Senator Vargas, I too was a teacher, but I was an ag teacher, so I'm very familiar with these guys up above. In fact, I was many years ago, I was the state FFA secretary. And if you really want to date me, I would also, in terms of what time that was, another individual by the name of Charles W. Herbster, was also a state officer on my same state officer team. So I can identify with those folks up above, and my jacket does not fit anymore, for those of you who are wondering. So I want to set that straight right now. I do want to speak to this, particularly 1218. I did receive an email back and forth with a superintendent in one of the communities outside of North Platte who sent me explained a situation where she was trying to hire a teacher who's moving here from Colorado, moving into a small town outside of North Platte, was runner-up teacher of the year in Colorado and had been teaching for 17 years. But was not able to get immediate teaching certificate and credentials here because the praxis score or exam that she took in Colorado was not acceptable. So we've got to eliminate these barriers to allow qualified teachers. And I think 17 years in the classroom, runner-up teacher of the year would probably get you there, okay? I'm not sure you'd get me back in there today, and I'd probably have to take a couple of practice exams, but I think we need to take a hard look at this in terms of we've got to be able to let qualified teachers get in the classroom, fill this void. So I'm concerned. I will be very supportive of 1218. I want to kind of look at the effect of the other amendments, but I am generally very supportive of 1218. So thank you, Senator Walls, for bringing that.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Hilkeman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Erdman would take a couple of questions, please.
Senator Erdman, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Senator, with your amendment, you are putting the praxis requirement back into the teaching bill?
Can you ask that again, sir?
With this, with your amendment, you're putting the requirement for the praxis test back into the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm making it so that they have to pass the exam. Here's my issue with it, Senator Hilkman. Here's my issue. On line 27, line 26, it starts, successful demonstrate prior to the certification by taking an examination designated by the board, and if necessary, correcting any score deficiencies, either retaking that portion of the examination for which a deficiency existed, or earning a minimum grade or above in a college course designated by the board related to the deficiency. So the issue would be they wouldn't have to take the exam. They could go back to college and take a class that was related to the deficiency they had and get a minimum grade, a D or whatever it is, and still become a teacher. And so I thought that was probably something that needed to be addressed, and that's why I struck that part out and put the old language back in that had been stricken on top of page 20.
So the bottom line is that you're adding that they have to take the praxis test. Is that correct?
I'm just making it the same language they had before.
Okay. Okay. I too, Senator Jacobson, spent 3 years in the classroom, and but I'm also familiar with the praxis test, and I challenge you just for fun, if you can go online and answer some of the questions that are asked in the praxis test. I can see why it is a barrier for people getting into the profession. And so while it's good I have no problems with taking the praxis in your subject area. There's probably some benefit to that. But some of the other things that you have to take with that praxis test, I think are probably not necessary or not going to be really effective as whether you're going to be a good classroom teacher. But at either rate, so I just as one who has taken many standardized tests for part 1 of the boards, part 2 of the boards, part 3 of the boards, and then your board certification boards. We love to do a lot of testing. And believe me, Educational Service Unit or where all the different units, they love it. They can charge a nice fee for that. I really don't. Frankly, I don't think passing those test boards really is an indicator of whether you're going to be a better teacher or you're going to be a better doctor. I understand we need to have standards. I'm big on standards as well. I just think that a lot of times we use these standardized tests, and that they can be a barrier for people to enter into a profession. And so that was why I was concerned about that, whether we were adding that back into it. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Erdman, you're welcome to close on AM 2751. Senator Erdman waives close. The question is, shall AM 2751 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted? Mr. Clerk, please record.
31 ayes, 1 nay on the amendment to the committee amendments.
AM 2751 is adopted. Senator Walls, you are welcome to close on AM 2213. Senator Walls waives close. The question is, shall AM 2213 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted? Mr. Clerk, please record.
38 ayes, no nays on the advancement of the bill, Mr. President. I'm sorry, adoption of committee amendments.
AM 2213 is adopted. Senator Walls, you're welcome to close on LB 1218. Senator Walls waives close. The question is, shall LB 1218 be advanced? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Sorry, my mistake, general file. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted? Mr. Clerk, please record.
39 ayes, no nays on the advancement of the bill.
LB 1218 advances. Mr. Clerk,
Mr. President, 1218 ayes, bill by Senator Walls. It's a bill for an act to appropriate funds to implement the provisions of LB 1218.
Senator Walls, you're welcome to open on 1218A.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. This is just the A bill to appropriate $5 million a year for the first 2 years of the Teach in Nebraska Today Act, as well as funds to run the program at NDE. I encourage your green vote to adopt the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Debate is now open. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Walls, you're welcome to close. Senator Walls waives close. The question before the body is the advancement of LB 18. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted? Mr. Clerk, please record.
39 ayes, no nays on the advancement of the A bill.
LB 1218A advances. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, next bill, 1261, bill introduced by Senator Merman relating to the Nebraska Advantage Rural Development Act. It changes provisions relating to limitations on tax credits introduced on January 20. Refer to the Revenue Committee, advance the general file. There are Revenue Committee amendments pending, Mr. President.
Senator Merman, you're welcome to open on LB 1261.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm pleased today to bring LB 1261, which was advanced out of the Revenue Committee with AM 2211 on an 8-0 vote. There were no opponents to the bill. I wish to thank Chairman Linehan and the Revenue Committee for advancing this bill. I would also like to thank Senator Dorn for prioritizing this bill. With the goal of promoting investment in Nebraska agriculture through livestock modernization or expansion, and to encourage businesses to locate in rural Nebraska, LB 1261 amends the Nebraska Advantage Rural Development Act in 2 ways. First, the ceiling of expected credits from approved projects for the tax commissioner to accept applications will rise from the current $1 million to $25 million each calendar year. Second, the refundable credit against taxes allowed a taxpayer with an approved application under the Nebraska Advantage Rural Development Act remains the same, but this bill would increase the credit cap from the current 10% of the investment not to exceed $150,000 to 10% of the investment not to exceed $500,000 per application. This program exists because the livestock industry cannot qualify for the traditional business incentives that are given out under the Nebraska Advantage or Imagine Nebraska Act. The Nebraska Advantage Rural Development Act encourages investments in livestock production and facilities. The amounts allocated to this program annually have not been adjusted up since at least 2017, and the costs of livestock production investments have increased dramatically since that time. There is far more demand for these incentives in terms of applications than the program currently provides, so this would help address the unmet demand. With agriculture being the largest industry in Nebraska, we need to do all that we can to incentivize investment in projects that would benefit rural Nebraska and the state in whole. These types of investments not only benefit the business in question, but also the shops, restaurants, banks, and ultimately the taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Merman. As the clerk stated, there are amendments from the Revenue Committee. Senator Linehan, as chair of the committee, you are recognized to open on the committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Merman, for providing an overview of LB 1261. Committee Amendment 2211 extends the sunset date from December 31st, 2022 to December 31st, 2027 to apply for a tax credit under the Nebraska Advantage Rural Development Act. LB 1261, as amended, was moved to general file on an 8-0 vote. Thank you, colleagues, and I ask for your support for the committee amendment 2211 and for your support to move 1261 to select file. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Mr. Clerk, you have other amendments?
I do, Mr. President. If I may, though, I have a Senator Kavanaugh motion to MO 213. I understand she wishes to withdraw.
Withdrawn.
And I also have Senator Matt Hansen, floor amendment 178, with the note he wished to withdraw.
Withdrawn.
Mr. President, Senator Merman would move to amend the committee amendments with AM 2760.
Senator Merman, you are recognized to open on AM 2760.
Thank you. This amendment addresses two things. First, it simply fixes an accidental drafting error with the original Imagine Nebraska Act, only found in the rural manufacturing tier. This oversight inadvertently limited a business who had more than one location in the state or in a county from receiving incentives for that second location. Think of any business with more than one location in the state or more than one in any county. In my district, for instance, the Becton Dickinson Company has a location in Holdridge, but also has locations in Broken Bow and Columbus. With this amendment, qualified locations could include companies with locations within one or more counties in Nebraska. I would ask for your support to fix this drafting oversight. Second, this amendment would add Senator Albright's LB 596 to LB 1261. LB 596 was advanced from the Revenue Committee this year on a unanimous vote and was named a Speaker Priority Bill by Speaker Hilgers. The bill and this amendment establish incentives for petroleum retailers to increase higher ethanol blended gasoline sales from the current E10 blend to blends between E15 and E85. The incentives would be 5 cents per E15 gallon sold and 8 cents per gallon sold for E25 and higher blends. These incentives are comparable to what other states in our region are doing, including Iowa, Missouri, Michigan, and Ohio. The total amount of incentives available is capped initially at $2 million, but if the program is used widely, the cap increases to $4 million. The incentives sunset after 5 years. Colleagues, in a time of extreme inflation, pain at the pump, and uncertainty around the globe, this amendment brings lower prices at the pump to hardworking Nebraska families, increases demand for our corn growers, while also improving air quality and helping America establish its energy independence. I want to thank Senator Albright for her efforts in introducing the bill, and I will urge your support of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Debate is now open. Seeing no one wanting to speak, Senator Merman, you are recognized to close on AM 2760. Senator Merman waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2760. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment to the committee amendments.
The amendment is adopted. Returning to debate. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Linehan, you are recognized to close on AM 2211. Senator Linehan, you are recognized to close on AM 2211. Senator Linehan waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2211 to LB 1261. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
36 ayes, no nays on adoption of committee amendments.
The committee amendment is adopted. Returning to debate. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Mosier, you are recognized to close on Senator Merman on LB 1261. Senator Merman waives closing. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 1261 to ENR initial. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
35 ayes, no nays on the advancement of the bill.
LB 1261 is advanced. Mr. Clerk, next item, LB 984.
984 is a bill by Senator Moser. It's a bill for calculating revenue and taxation, changes sales and use tax collection fees, introduced on January 12, referred to the Revenue Committee, advanced to general file. There are committee amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Mosier, you are recognized to open on LB 984.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I am happy to present my priority bill, LB 984. It was voted out of the Revenue Committee 8-0 with an amendment AM 2130. Chair Linehan will follow with the committee amendment opening after my remarks on 984. 984 addresses the collection costs of Nebraska sales tax and how we compensate the businesses that collect and remit this tax to the state. In 2002, the unicameral reduced the amount that retailers, restaurants, and other businesses that sell products subject to sales tax receive for collecting and remitting the tax. The legislature at the time indicated that this was intended to be temporary due to a severely tight budget. I believe the costs of preparation of the tax returns, documentation of tax exempt sales, and training of personnel on sales tax rules are accepted costs of doing business. However, the exponential growth of the use of bank cards to pay for taxable products in the last 2 decades has skyrocketed bank card fees. Many retailers at one time had 25% of their sales on bank cards, and now they've grown to about 75% of the sales. And in some service industries, they're a lot higher yet than that. In most cases, the sales tax is 7%. Consumers that pay with credit and debit cards caused the merchant to be charged a swipe fee of about 3% on the sale, including the tax. They remit the tax based on the gross sale amount to the state, and that's actually more than they collected after paying the credit card swipe fees. On $100 in sales tax, they receive $97 after paying the fee, yet they remit the full amount of the $100 to the state. Over time, the percentages that processors charge to clear credit card sales continue to rise. LB 984 is more conservative than the reimbursement that existed prior to 2002, and this bill is intended to help small businesses the most as it retains a cap for larger merchants. 984 would increase the present maximum amount of $75 collection fee per month to $150 a month to help offset credit card transaction costs. I hope that you vote green on 984, and Senator Linehan will talk about Amendment 2130.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. As the clerk stated, there are amendments from the Revenue Committee. Senator Linehan, as chair of the committee, you are recognized to open on the committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to thank Senator Moser for bringing this bill and for working with the Revenue Committee on the amendments to his original bill. Senator Moser selected LB 984 as his priority bill which allowed the committee to amend in 3 additional bills, all related to sales tax issues. The committee amendment reduces the retailer collection fee in the green copy from $180 per month per location to $150 per month per location. This is on page 11 of the amendment. AM 2130 incorporates the provisions of LB 941 introduced by Senator Salama. This would exempt the sales tax, what is commonly known as net wrap, which is defined as plastic wrap used in baling of hay. This is on page 12. The amendment incorporates the provisions of LB 881 introduced by Senator McKinney. This would exempt sales tax feminine hygiene products, but not general grooming or hygiene products such as soap and toothpaste. This is on page 13. Please note that on page 33 is an additional provision from Senator McKinney's bill. It would require detention facilities to provide feminine hygiene products to female prisoners free of charge. LB 1209, which addresses the unfair consequences of Nebraska's contractor laws, is included in the amendment. This can get very complicated down the weeds, so here's a simple explanation. A contractor is defined as any person who repairs property annexed to real estate, who annexes building materials and fixtures to real estate, or who arranges such annexation. Contractors must choose to be an option 1, 2, or 3 contractor, which then dictates how and when they pay sales or use taxes on the materials they purchase and the labor they provide. Manufacturers are exempt from paying sales tax on the purchase of qualified manufacturing machinery or equipment, M&E, but the manufacturer chooses a contractor to install the M&E who does not have the right option, the sales tax exemption is lost. So it's just trying to make it fair for everybody. The remainder of the committee amendment contains only necessary conforming changes. Since this is a sales and use tax bill, it must be operative at the beginning of a calendar quarter, which the bill sets as October 1 of this year. Therefore, some very important sales tax provisions in this bill. I would ask you to vote green on AM 2130 and on the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Mr. Clerk, do you have another amendment?
Senator Linehan, 2144.
Senator Linehan, you are recognized to open on AM 2144.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I just mentioned, the amendment is intended to further clarify the manufacturing MM&E sales tax exemption that is in the committee amendment. We are following other existing exemption provisions. That is why we need to add this language. Please vote green so the exemption can be clear and precise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Debate is now open. Senator Slama, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'll be brief in my remarks, but I did just want to thank Senator Linehan and the Revenue Committee and Senator Mosier for including the text of my LB 941 in the Revenue Committee amendment. This bill was brought to me by one of my predecessors and someone who I consider a mentor, former Lieutenant Governor and State Senator LaVon Heineman, who saw a very clear issue in that sales of net wrap, which I believe is a clear ag input that should be sales tax exempt, was being taxed in some situations and sometimes not in others. This was creating a situation in which farmers could incur hundreds of dollars of unexpected costs, just depending on the ag equipment dealer that they were going to. So LB 941, besides it being clarifying language and an exemption, would normally be consent calendar worthy. So I am grateful for the Revenue Committee for advancing it and adding it to Senator Mosier's LB 984. So I'd encourage your green vote on AM 2144, 2130, and then the baseline LB 984. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator McKinney, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to rise in support of LB 984 and AM 2130. And I wanted to thank Senator Linehan, the Revenue Committee, Senator Mosier for attaching my bill LB 881, which would exempt feminine hygiene products from sales tax and use tax for individuals that are incarcerated in our prisons and juvenile facilities across the state. I think it's a good gesture from the state to do this, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. See no one wanting to speak. Senator Linehan, you are recognized to close. Senator Linehan waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2144. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk, you have an additional amendment.
Senator Pansy Brooks would move to amend 2642.
Senator Pansy Brooks, you are recognized to open on your amendment.
No, I have no idea.
Thank you for the pause, colleagues. I will be pulling this amendment. This amendment was to include Social Security when we were having problems earlier, not getting the Social Security bill of Senator Lindstrom's passed. And so I had added it to this bill of Senator Mosier's. I did tell him about it. And I thought that in case there was something that happened where the Social Security did not pass out of the tax package, I wanted to make sure that we were protecting our seniors. So with that, I pulled my amendment, and thank you for your time and patience.
The amendment is withdrawn.
Well, Mr. President, I do. Senator Matt Hansen has two amendments, but I think he wants to withdraw them. Floor Amendment 176 and 175. So I have nothing further pending the committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returning to debate. See no one in the queue. Senator Linehan, you are recognized to close on the committee amendments. Senator Linehan waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2130 to LB 984. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
41 ayes, no nays on adoption of committee amendments.
The amendment is adopted. Returning to debate, Senator Clement recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm in support of this bill. Since it's a Revenue Committee bill and we passed 873 this morning, I wanted to just mention something I'd looked up over the lunch hour. There's a website called Rich States, Poor States that ranks the tax economic outlook of tax situation in various states. And as of yesterday, Nebraska would rank 35th best in the nation. And I put in the tax rate changes, the ones that will eventually be, and if they would change to our the bottom rates that we're going to, would bring us from 35th to 31st in the country. And that includes inheritance tax. If you change inheritance tax from a yes to a no, we go from 31st up to 25th best, be right in the middle. And so I was glad that we reduced the inheritance tax a little bit, although not enough that what we did today or this year did not eliminate it, but we're moving in the right direction. And so we're pretty quick going to move up at least to 31st, and I hope we can move up more in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clements. See no one willing to speak. Senator Moser, you are recognized to close. Senator Moser waives closing. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 984 to ENR initial. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
42 ayes, no nays on the advancement of the bill.
LB 984 advances. Mr. Clerk, next item on the agenda, LB 729.
729 is a bill by Senator Lindstrom. It's a bill for an act relating to economic development, adopts the Quick Action Closing Fund Act. Introduced in January, referred to revenue, advanced to general file. There are revenue committee amendments pending, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Lindstrom, you are recognized to open on LB 729.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I present to you today LB 729 to create the Quick Action Closing Fund. This legislation was modeled on a program that was passed in Oklahoma in 2011. That program was extremely successful in recruiting new businesses to the state of Oklahoma and has allowed for meaningful employment opportunities for their citizens. The Quick Action Closing Fund establishes a fund to assist the state with attracting, recruiting, and incentivizing high-impact business projects to our state. A high-impact business is one that is expected to provide employment opportunities to Nebraskans, but also to provide a net benefit to the state and generate more revenue to the state than the cost incentive. The Quick Action Closing Fund would be administered by the Department of Economic Development, and all qualified businesses receiving this incentive would qualify under the Imagine Nebraska Act. Monies in this fund would be expended by the governor for the purpose of economic and infrastructure development. The governor cannot issue any payment until the Department of Economic Development has conducted a complete and thorough analysis of the impact of an applicant's business to determine the economic impact of the state of Nebraska. Only when this analysis is completed would funds be issued by the governor to the recipient. Please note that I have not set a specific amount in this act. When the Quick Action Closing Fund was originally passed in Oklahoma, the appropriation was around $7 million. Since 2011, around $14 million in funds have been issued to 7 companies with the result of approximately 3,500 jobs. According to the Oklahoma Department of Commerce, this collective $14 million through the closing fund Awards will amount to about 3.4 billion in investments by companies awarded the funds. Nebraska has a tremendous amount of promise in attracting various industries like those listed on the handout that I provided. The Quick Action Closing Fund could be a deciding factor for a company looking to relocate to our state. And whatever Nebraska can do to gain an edge, I believe that we should do it. And that is the intent of LB 729. I want to thank Speaker Hilgers for making it a speaker priority, and I would appreciate your green vote on LB 729. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lindstrom. As the clerk stated, there are amendments from the Revenue Committee. Senator Linehan, as chair of the committee, you are recognized to open on the committee amendments.
We're pulling the committee amendment.
Committee amendment is withdrawn.
No. Chairs.
Senator Linehan, a chair cannot withdraw the amendment we have just discovered, so it needs to be voted upon. So if you would like it voted down, I would recommend that.
That would be, okay, learn something new, even though, okay. So there has been some question on the committee amendment that whether it's constitutional or not. So since we don't know, and I discussed with Senator Lindstrom this morning, I believe that if any governor was going to use this fund, he would, in his own best interest, consult with the legislature. So we really don't need this language. So I would like a red vote on 2084. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Debate is now open. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll follow up with Senator Linehan. I would like a red vote on 2084, and 729. Let me explain. If I were running for governor, if I were a candidate for governor, I would really like this bill. Just saying. If I were running for governor, I'd like this bill a lot. We currently have the Imagine Act in place to incentivize businesses to come here. And that incentive package picks winners and losers, just like TIF, just like all the other incentives we do. They pick winners and losers because they have to do those things because their taxes are too high. And so now, don't worry, we're not putting any money in here. We're just setting up a program. That's how that works here. You establish the program, and then later on, you make a contribution from appropriations, a rainy day fund, ARPA, whatever you can figure out. And then if you're governor, then you are the one that decides which business comes here and which one doesn't, which one succeeds or which one fails. Very similar to the Imagine Act and all the other incentive packages that we put in place. If you don't believe me that government chooses winners and losers, you can look at many examples where businesses have been started and given TIF financing on a hayfield or a cornfield that's been annexed into town, into a city or a community, town or municipality. And the other businesses in town that don't get to take advantage of TIF, they're not able to compete because they have to pay taxes. So we surely need to set up a quick closing fund so that the governor can go out and recruit businesses and pay them to come to our state because our taxes are too high. So we're going to give them an opportunity to make a decision quickly without any consideration of the rest of the people, the rest of the businesses who don't get this fund. I, for the life of me, never understand why we do the things we do. I see in committee there were 2 no votes, Senator Friesen and Senator Flood, and there were 6 votes in favor of advancing the bill. I'm a little confused. Why didn't everybody support it if it was such a good idea? And so I would encourage you to vote no on 2084 and on 729 unless somebody can tell me and explain to me how this is a good idea to give the authority to the governor to be able to decide which business he wants or she wants to come to the state, irregardless of what it does for the people who have been here and been paying taxes for years. So those are my comments. I would assume that most of the people will think that's a good idea. But from where I sit, this is not a common sense approach to how to spend tax dollars. And just because Oklahoma did this, and you have to understand Oklahoma's property tax is not near as high as ours. And so these incentive packages, what it is a race to the bottom. It's a race to the bottom to see who can give the most incentives to attract businesses to your state. If we had a level playing field where everybody could compete for the dollars and the
1 minute.
business as they should, the best business managers and the best managers would win, not who the government chooses, but who the economic situation and advantage goes to. So vote no, and we'll move on and we'll get out of here early. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Wayne, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, when I first ran for office, I put together a plan called Innovate Nebraska. It's probably somewhere still on our website or Facebook. And I just want to thank Senator Lindstrom for one day accidentally running across the plan that had this bill in it. So I think he remembers it from 6 years ago. And I think he also has passed Social Security because that was in my plan too. And I introduced that bill 6 years ago and it didn't go anywhere. So it isn't about who gets the win or loss. I'm just glad that we're actually doing this because where other states have this, oftentimes the quick action funds are not used to recruit. Many times they're used to actually keep businesses here who have been recruited. And by the time they get through the incentive process, they're still short $5, $10, maybe $15,000 to stay. And I will tell you where this actually happens the most is not in the urban areas, but in rural Nebraska, or actually in this case, rural Iowa and some other places that have this type of legislation and fund. It is the small communities that is recruited from somewhere else, maybe usually another state with a metropolitan area that recruits a manufacturer. And there is just a difference of 20 or 30,000, but by the time they go through the incentive process, those decisions are already done. So this quick action ability for a governor to make those decisions has often saved hundreds of thousands of jobs in rural areas throughout this country. So that's why I'm in favor of the bill, and I'm, why I supported Social Security. So I just want to say, Senator Lindstrom, I really appreciate 6 years ago I had that influence on you. It really makes a difference when you can work with people. And I will end by saying, Senator Erdman, we've talked about practice quite a bit on the mic this year in Allen Iverson, and tonight I will be wearing an Allen Iverson warm-up just to make sure we can. That was our bonding moment 2 years ago when we brought it up, and we've kept that joke going. And so I just want to make sure you're there. If not, I'll put it on early and wear it in here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in the committee, I was one of those that voted against it. We had a pretty vigorous discussion on this bill. And from my standpoint, giving this to the discretion of the governor really turns it into a political football at times, because all he has to do is consult with the Department of Economic Development, which he already controls. And now he can just hand out money to wherever he wants. I won't say it's political favors, but it could be. There's no oversight to this program. Right now, we're sitting with 80,000 jobs that are unfilled. And yes, we can give money to companies that are threatening to leave. But to me, if you want to have a company and you need this quick reaction fund in order to keep them here, is it just blackmail saying they're leave? Recently, we gave, I think it was $20 or $40 million to a company that we thought might leave. Now you're going to create a fund where somebody could say, hey, guys, I'm thinking of moving out of state. Yeah, I see you got a pretty good pot of money built up. I could use a couple $1 million, otherwise we're going to pull out. You get a little discussion going with your DED folks, and lo and behold, here you go. You can give them some money. Again, separation of powers, We have the DED who has lots of funds in it already for doing all kinds of things that they are entrusted to do. But to me, to say that you're going to create a pot of money for the governor to use is a big stretch when you're talking about political favors when it comes to doing things. And right now, after being in this body for 8 years, I don't trust anybody with political favors. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I am going to support this amendment. I don't support the underlying bill. This is something that I feel like we've had problems with in the past, is that when we're not here, we give the governor authority over the purse strings when we're supposed to have authority over the purse strings. And so I don't think that it's appropriate for us to write a blank check without any sort of oversight, because we have a financial responsibility, and that is our job. So I will be voting for the amendment, and I will not be voting for the underlying bill if the amendment is not attached. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Lindstrom, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason that we would vote no on the amendment just is the constitutionality of it. And so I encourage you to vote no on that. Senator Wayne, with the 6 years, I got you beat by 2. Brought Social Security for 8 years, but who's counting at this point? Appreciate that vote earlier on that as well. When we look at this bill, I just want to be clear on what we're doing here. This is not an appropriation. This is just setting up the framework that whomever the governor is can come into the Appropriations Committee and request dollars. It's the legislature still has the ability to say no or say yes. We're not changing that authority. Nothing happens there. If whoever that is comes in and says appropriate the amount of dollars to this fund, it is still the prerogative of the legislature to say yes or no. So we're not changing anything on that front. As far as the oversight is under the criteria of what we're doing in Imagine Nebraska Act. And so it has to meet the qualifications to do that under what we have currently in the parameters of that. When we think about just the flexibility, there's often times that, and you're right, Senator Urban, this is not a shotgun approach. This is a targeted approach. When we think about the opportunities that we lose in the state of Nebraska, particularly with companies that want to expand in companies that are typically national companies. I know ADM is out in the rotunda today, thinking about how to take some of those hubs and grow spokes off of those hubs. We have the opportunity to expand on a lot of the businesses we have in the state of Nebraska. And when they're comparing the tax code in the state of Nebraska, they're comparing our incentive packages, and they're stacking it up against other states, we have no other way to close the deal. There's no other flexibility. And every time that we have to do that, we'll have to come back into session and change some mechanism in here. What this allows the governor to do is to structure a deal or to take a closing fund to actually execute and close that deal. That's all this is attempting to do, is making sure that there's one little thing, one extra thing, one tool in the toolbox to say our tax code isn't exactly where it needs to be, the incentive package aren't exactly where it needs to be, but we want you here. And yes, it is a targeted approach. It would be companies that want to locate here or even expand here. And that's the purpose of this bill. And again, I want to be clear, this is not an appropriation. This is just setting up the framework to do it. This keeps all the controls still with the legislature. The legislature still has the purse strings. And if somehow down the road, if a future governor down the road were to abuse the situation, then the legislature could claw back those dollars and give them zero. So I encourage your red vote on AM 2084 and your green vote on LB 729. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Lindstrom. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Senator Lindstrom, so you brought some questions to mind. If you would answer those, I would appreciate it.
Senator Lindstrom, would you yield?
I will.
Okay, Senator Lindstrom, you said the legislature would have control. Do you mean the legislature would have control to the fact that they would be the one to decide how much money went into this fund? Is that what you meant?
Correct.
Okay, so once the money was appropriated for that fund, then it would be at the governor's discretion to spend it however he felt it was necessary according to the rules in the Imagine Act?
Correct.
Okay, so that's not a lot of control once we make an appropriations of the dollars. Would you think that there should be some other provision there so the governor just can't go and do whatever he wants to do once the money is appropriated. There's no oversight there.
Well, that was the intent of AM 2084, but we found some issues with the constitutionality of it. So therefore, we can't do that. I would suspect that anybody that is inclined to utilize these dollars on the executive side would be in consultation with the Appropriations Committee, with the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Committee, Revenue Committee, the people that are influencing a lot of those decisions and policies directed towards growing business. But
He wouldn't have to, or she wouldn't have to.
you are correct. Technically, they would not have to.
Okay, all right. So very good. So you mentioned there may be a business that wants to expand or move here or whatever, and you said because our tax system is not competitive, we have to do that. What about all those other businesses that don't get to take advantage of this governor's contribution? How do they compete with that business if they do similar things? How does that work? Is the governor choosing winners and losers by doing that?
Well, I think the intent of the bill is more about expansion and recruiting. It's not, the point isn't lost on me that may be how some people view it, but the intent of it is to make sure that we are expanding Nebraska businesses and or recruiting businesses here.
Well, a couple of days ago, we as a body here had an opportunity to fix all of those issues about being competitive or non-competitive with our neighboring states or anyone else for that matter with a consumption tax, and that didn't get advanced. So now we have to continue to do these things and continue to put a Band-Aid on an amputation. So let me close with this on this time on the mic. If my lieutenant governor was involved in economic development, that would be a great opportunity for me as a governor to know how to encourage people to come here and spend those dollars. As I said earlier, this looks to me like that this would be a great opportunity for somebody that was running for governor that had a chance to take advantage of this, as Senator Friesen alluded to, maybe to repay some political favors. I'm not saying that would happen, but I'm sure saying that could be the possibility. So as I said earlier, and people say this all the time, I'm in strong opposition or I'm in strong favor of something, but I'm just going to tell you I'm 100% against 729. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Bostelman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I have some concerns similar to maybe what Senator Friesen was saying just a little bit ago. This seems to be setting up a fund that may already reside within DED. You know, isn't that part of what they're supposed to be doing is recruiting, keeping businesses here? And is it better to set within DED? I guess my question would be, and Senator Lindstrom, I may ask you here in a minute, but my question would be, does DED already have some of this authority to do it? And so if they're going to do this, how do they choose which companies, which businesses? You know, ConAgra went out of here several years ago, and they moved to Minnesota. You know, would they have put money there? We lost Cabela's out west. Would there have been money put into that? What were the incentives there? And what does this give? If Senator Lindstrom, you'll do a question.
Senator Lindstrom, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
I apologize, I didn't talk with you beforehand, but it just questions come up in my mind. What does this give that DED does not already have the authority to do?
Well, DED does administer the criteria within the fund. So it does have to meet, and they will do an analysis before they ever say, yes, this fits under those parameters. But ultimately, it would be the governor who could deploy those dollars as long as it fits under the criteria that we have in Imagine Nebraska.
Right. I understand that. And I guess my question is this not better fund-wise put within DED where there may be the DED has part of the say within this as far as part of the process rather than just the governor would have it?
They do have a say. I mean, they have to go through and complete the analysis to say if it's viable and if it makes sense to do it. And once clear that hurdle, then it would be the governor. Maybe so. Let's just say you have two companies coming in and saying we want to come to Nebraska and we have a finite amount of resources in the governor's closing fund or the quick action closing fund. Then the governor would have to make the decision on if those dollars are appropriated one way or the other. But it would be based on an analysis done by DED that would have to fit under those parameters to have that company fit under that and be able to use those dollars. But again, the legislature would have to first have the say on whether or not they want to authorize the funds or release the funds to the quick action closing fund.
Do you see this as an annual obligation that we would appropriate funds for 20 million, 50 million, $100 million every year for that fund, or how would that work?
No, I don't think it is an annual deal. I look at it as the legislature, obviously the governor would have to come into appropriations, talk about maybe what they're seeing as it pertains to opportunities in the state of Nebraska, and come in with an ask of an appropriation. It could be 2 million, 5 million. In the case of Oklahoma, in 2011, it was 7 million. But that would be up to the legislature and what they'd want to do there. But I don't see it as being an annual thing unless we had a lot of companies that wanted to look at Nebraska to relocate.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Lindstrom. I yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Bostoman. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in order to get ready for the Sine Die show tonight, let's just imagine down the road that the Hughes ticket would be on the ballot and Senator Hughes would be governor down the road and he's term limited out. And he's feeling a little spunky and he's thinking Venango needs something down there. And we've got this fund built up to, $50 million. And we worked the DED over pretty good, and Senator Hughes, in the meantime, has got this project in Venango to really bring off something great. Term limited out, not running for office. Senator Hughes, what would you use the money for?
Senator Hughes, would you yield?
Of course I would.
So Senator Hughes, I've laid out the issue here, and we came close to accomplishing this, but what would it look like 8 years from now or 9 when you're term limited out? What would you do in Venango?
Well, we would probably dig another ditch, get more water.
Would you get more water or would you send it back?
We would get more.
Get more.
There are tremendous opportunities in Venango, and I would certainly encourage any of you to show up because it is the garden spot of Nebraska.
Maybe a hotel?
Could be a convention center, yeah. Or if we get this ditch, we could have a lake.
Recreation.
Of course, there's a lot of recreation.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. I guess the point is we don't think back in time and think of the different situations we've had. We have had opportunities in the past where big manufacturing plants have thought about coming to Nebraska. Those were huge, huge opportunities. And there we would have talked tens of hundreds of millions of dollars in incentives to get BMW or somebody. But right now we are looking at, we're 80,000 people short. We're in getting our tax situation where who's going to want to leave? We're not quite to Senator Erdman's level yet, but we've reduced our taxes. We're going to be to the point where I think Senator Linehan has even said it. If we get our tax picture down to where it belongs, we should get rid of the incentive program. Now, if the incentive package was gone, I can see where this might be needed then, because you might need that pot of money there to do things with. But until that incentive program is gone, I do think without the oversight right now, and in this bill, I know he's setting the framework, but get the framework right. There is no oversight. When a governor controls the DED, he knows he hires, he fires. I still think that over the longer term and down the road, there has to be oversight over that fund, because I can see where it'd be pretty easy to build that fund up if you had some extra revenues, put things in there, and pretty soon you got a pot of money built up.
And now you've got things that can go wrong, and there has to be some oversight built into this program.
One
And
minute.
with that, I hope everyone comes to the Sign You Die show tonight. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Linehan, you are recognized. There
Thank
is no one following you in the queue. If you would like to use this as your close on the amendment.
Yes, thank you. So I want to thank Senator Friesen. So this is a little window into the Revenue Committee. So we don't always have 8-0 votes. The reason I like Senator Lindstrom's idea is something that Senator Friesen just said, and this is why our committee works so well together. I have said, and I am not a big fan of our incentive packages, and I would much rather have lower rates. So my thought on this was, the governor has some power to use his judgment and his cabinet's judgment, and I can't imagine any governor wouldn't consult with the legislature, at least the chairman of appropriations and some others, speaker, and take advantage of an opportunity. Part of, Senator Friesen mentioned this too, when we were doing the Imagine Act 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, we had a company that got bought by another company, and the chances were they were going to move. It's a big employer, I think 6,000 or 7,000 jobs in Omaha, 5,000 jobs in Lincoln. We had to scramble around and put something together. Now, did we have to? What if they left? There was questions, maybe not, but we did. And my thought process at the time is, what if we're not here? What if the legislature is in session? As long as it seems like we're here, the governor's here far more without us than with us. So my thought process, Senator Friesen, was, you're right. This would, I think, be better than an incentive package that is so much paperwork, and you got to have 100 lawyers and 50 accountants to figure it out. This gives some more direct oversight. And as far as the oversight, if a governor misuses this fund, there's all kinds of oversight. First, you have a press. They watch things like this. They're very good at chasing down stories when politicians abuse their power. And second, you have a legislature. If a governor would misuse his funds, the legislature would take the money back, take it away from him, wouldn't let him use it again. So again, there's no A bill on this. It's a framework. We can come back next year and monkey with it or move it if we've got better ideas. But I like the idea of starting in a different direction than our big incentive packages. So again, I would like a red vote on the amendment and then a green vote on LB 729. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2084. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish? Record, Mr. Clerk.
3 ayes, 33 nays on the committee amendments.
The committee amendment is not adopted. Returning to debate. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Lindstrom, you are recognized to close on LB 729.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the comments today. And like Senator Linehan said, we had numerous conversations in the Revenue Committee about this. I do understand where Senator Friesen is coming from, where Senator Erdman's coming from. I look at this as, again, asking myself, how do we compete? How are we competitive? And we've taken steps today with reforming some taxes. We did a couple of things last year with our incentive package, but what's another thing that we can put into the equation to grow Nebraska? And if you look at states that are doing those things, and I pointed out Oklahoma, obviously what they're doing down there is working. The return on investment on the quick action closing fund is working. The bill itself is not asking for any dollars. It sets up the framework. If this bill passes and next year the Appropriations Committee doesn't feel the need, or we don't have any money in the cash reserve or any money to allocate to this, no harm, no foul. No money gets allocated. We move along. Senator Bosselman's question, again, this would not be an ongoing ask. I think if it's utilized in the right way, it'll again have a good return on investment. We can't continue to do the same things and expect a different result. I mean, that is clear. And Nebraska continues to lag. We have 60,000 unfilled jobs. We continue to see an out-migration. I see this as a real opportunity to when an opportunity presents itself, to seize on it. We've had those opportunities over the years. We have companies that are located here that are expanding in other states that offer them these things, that have a better tax structure, and we're losing. And this allows the flexibility when the legislature is not in session to close on these deals. And so again, I encourage your green vote on this. If there's other questions that come up between general and select, I'm happy to address those. But I was open to the underlying amendment, but again, it's a constitutional problem. But I do think this is necessary, again, to put another tool in the tool chest to allow ultimately Nebraska to compete and close deals and grow the economy. So I encourage your green vote. I will, on this bill, have a call to the House and do a roll call vote and in reverse order, please. Thank you.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
30 yeas, 8 nays to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. The House is under call. Senators Wayne, Bostar, and Hunt, please return to the chamber. All unexcused senators are now present. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 729 to ENR initial. There's been a request for a roll call vote in reverse order.
Sir Wishart, voting yes. Sir Williams, voting yes. Sir Wayne, voting yes. Sir Walls, Sir Vargas, voting yes. Sir Stinner, voting no. Sir Slama, voting no. Sir Sanders, voting yes. Sir Pansy Brooks, voting yes. Sir Pauls, Sir Merman, voting Not voting, Sir Moser. Voting yes, Sir Morfield. Voting yes, Sir McKinney. Voting yes, Sir McDonald. Voting yes, Sir McAllister. Voting yes, Sir Lowe. Not voting, Sir Linehan. Voting yes, Sir Lindstrom. Voting yes, Sir Lathrop. Not voting, Sir Coulterman. Voting yes, Sir Jacobson. Voting yes, Sir Hunt. Not voting, Sir Hughes. Not voting, Sir Hickelman. Voting yes, Sir Hilgers. Voting yes, Sir Matt Hansen. Voting no, Sir Ben Hansen. Voting yes, Sir Holleran. Not voting, Sir Gregor. Voting yes, Sir Geist. Sir Friesen. Voting no, Sir Flood. Voting no, Sir Erdman. Voting no, Sir Dorn. Voting yes, Sir DeBoer. Voting no, Sir Day. Not voting, Sir Clements. Not voting, Sir Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting no, Sir John Kavanaugh. Not voting, Sir Breesy. Voting yes, Sir Brewer. Voting yes, thank you, Sir Brandt. Voting yes, Sir Bostelman. Voting no, Sir Bostar. Voting yes, Sir Blood. Voting no, Sir Arch. Voting yes, Sir Albright. Sir Aguilar. Voting yes. Sir Lowe. Voting yes. 27 ayes, 10 nays, Mr. President, on the advancement of the bill.
LB 729 advances. Mr. Clerk, for any items? I do raise the call.
Mr. President, before we proceed, I had amendments on that last bill that I forgot to acknowledge to be withdrawn. Senator Matt Hansen, floor amendment 150, 160, 161, those all to be withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
Amendments to be printed. Senator Lathrop to 896, Senator DeBoer 922, Senator McAllister 709, McAllister 344, John Kavanaugh 344, and Senator Arch to 1173A. That's all that I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returning to the agenda, General File Senator Priority Bills, LB 543.
543 is a bill by Senator Brandt, a bill for enacting trade practices that adopts the Agricultural Equipment Right to Repair Act, introduced on January 19 of last year. At that time, referred to the Judiciary Committee. The bill was advanced to general file. There are committee amendments pending, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Brandt, you are recognized to open on LB 543.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Today I'm bringing LB 543 for your consideration. I would like to thank the Judiciary Committee for advancing LB 543, the Agricultural Equipment Right to Repair Act. In January of 2020, I asked a representative of a major equipment manufacturer when farmers and third-party mechanics would be able to fully repair their own ag equipment. They responded that the industry was working to have a right to repair available across the country by January of 2021. As of January 2021, nothing had been done. So we introduced LB 543, the Agricultural Equipment Right to Repair Act, which, quote, will allow owners and third-party mechanics the ability to repair agricultural machinery back to manufacturer specifications, unquote. The hearing was held last year in the Judiciary Committee, and after the hearing, the original equipment manufacturers, or OEMs, asked that the bill be held in committee to allow them time to come up with a national solution. We agreed. For the past year, American Farm Bureau Federation and the OEMs have been working on a memorandum of understanding that would create a nationwide right to repair policy. To date, not much has been forthcoming. Therefore, I ask that LB 543 be advanced from committee and be named my personal priority for 2022. I'm asking you to consider a simple bill. This is about securing our food supply. Let me use this example. Imagine a farmer stranded in their field staring at the crop they were going to harvest until a component on the combine failed. They know exactly how to replace it. They have the parts to replace it, and they achieve this in a matter of hours. After the defective part is replaced, they unfortunately do not have access to the software tool that allows the computer on the combine to accept or reboot this replacement component. The producer calls dealership after dealership praying a service technician is available to access the onboard computer and allow the combine to accept this new part. However, no technician is available to make a service call for 1 to 3 days. By then, weather conditions could have caused extreme field loss or created conditions that prevent harvest, creating a revenue loss. Adding insult to injury, the implement owner must still pay a dealership to reset the combine's computer after making the necessary repairs himself. The dealership then sends out a technician with a laptop computer to plug into the machine to reset the machine computer to accept the new part. The producer is charged from the time the tech leaves the dealership until he returns, often costing hundreds of dollars. The goal of this bill is to protect competition, not prevent it, as is happening today. Profiteering by OEMs not only affects farmers, but also local ag equipment repair shops that are not affiliated with dealers, often known as third-party mechanics. Today, these shops are effectively locked out from completing repairs they are qualified to perform. Repairs they can complete when they are provided with the appropriate manufacturer resources. This creates a monopoly where only dealers fix the equipment they sell, and farmers and local repair shops have no competitive resources. While dealers should be able to service their customers' equipment, dealers should not be the only avenue for servicing equipment. Implement owners deserve to have options just as car and truck owners do today in Nebraska. In 2012, one state passed an Automobile and Light Truck Right to Repair Act. Because this one state passed a meaningful right to repair legislation, the entire automotive industry, Ford, GM, Chrysler, and the foreign car companies, signed a memorandum of understanding agreement that allows owners and independent mechanics access to the digital tools necessary to repair their own vehicles. Nebraska has thousands of independent mechanics running shops throughout the state today because of the car and light truck MOU. This is the reason an owner of a car pickup or a third-party mechanic can purchase diagnostic repairs from independent auto parts stores or tool vendors nationwide. If cars and pickups have the right to repair, why can't farm equipment? Farmers in Nebraska have shared stories with me about standing up and being heard on this issue. Because they had the courage to speak up, they tell me they have been retaliated against by the local dealership who refuses to sell them the necessary parts. In Europe, OEMs are required to make repair software available. Americans are buying it there and bringing it back to the states, creating a gray market. LB 543 would stop that in Nebraska. The equipment manufacturers, dealers, and farmers are tied together as partners in producing large quantities of high quality, affordable foodstuffs. Historically, all the partners have worked well together. This partnership has been strained by the reluctance of equipment makers to provide the necessary digital repair equipment. What the people of Nebraska need to understand is, unlike the automotive side, where you can purchase repairs from independent auto parts stores, ag equipment owners must purchase virtually all repairs from the local dealership, whether this bill passes or not. This is aggravated by the fact that there are very few dealers left in the state. One dealer today may own 20 locations because of consolidation. Eventually, we may end up with one dealership for the entire state, essentially a company store. We see this already in the arena of construction equipment. This has had a detrimental effect on competition, particularly in the repair arena. OEMs have had record years making billions of dollars. Ask yourself, where does the money come from? Answer: the people who buy and pay for repairs on the equipment sold by these manufacturers. The opponents will say that this will enable owners to delete exhaust systems or chip engines. LB 543 explicitly prohibits emissions tampering. If this is happening today, then the dealers need to turn in the people modifying exhaust systems to the EPA because they are breaking federal law. As for chipping, if an owner would chip an engine, it would void the warranty. Ask yourself, why would anybody do that? The answer is they would not, particularly when large ag engines cost in excess of $30,000 to replace. Exhaust and chipping issues have been going on for years. This is a smokescreen issue by the opponents. This bill has no bearing on these issues. USPIRG and Nebraska Farmers Union sent out a survey to owners on right to repair, and it overwhelmingly showed they were in favor of LB 543. I have been told by a former mechanic that if the diagnostics are corrupted on a modern tractor or combine, that it would take 8 hours to upload a replacement operating system. Ask yourself what would happen if we had a cyber attack like what we saw in meatpacking last year. The FBI and Homeland Security are quite concerned about just that. If a nefarious group were to cyber assault our combines at harvest and force them into brick mode, the FBI estimated that 80% of the U.S. crop would go unharvested. This would endanger the food security of the United States. Putting the necessary repair tools in the hands of the owners will help alleviate this scenario. Consolidation of farms and dealerships in the state has been going on for decades. Currently, there are 46,332 farmers in Nebraska per the USDA Ag Statistics Service. As for dealerships, we know they have been consolidating down to the point where one dealer may have 15 or 20 locations. Today in Nebraska, there are 6 John Deere dealers. Farm.com lists 124 total dealer locations in the state. According to the 2017 Census of Agriculture, there are 119,938 tractors, 18,885 combines in the state. As a farmer, I appreciate that dealers still have a presence across the state, but with so few choices, it has reduced competition to the point that farmers are being hurt due to lack of competition.
1 minute.
The OEMs have a public relations problem that is easily solved, colleagues. It is time to swing for the fences and pass this bill. This bill has already been given a clean bill of health by an attorney general's opinion. I urge you to vote green on LB 543 to protect the food security of Nebraska and the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. As the clerk stated, there are amendments from the Judiciary Committee. Senator Lathrop, as chair of the committee, you are recognized to open on the committee amendments.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, good afternoon. LB 543, the Agriculture Right to Repair Act, was heard by the Judiciary Committee on February 25th of 2020. Committee Amendment AM 1800 was adopted on a 6-1 vote with 1 member present and not voting. The bill, as amended, advanced on a 5-2 vote. Committee Amendment AM 1800 is a white copy amendment that makes a few changes to LB 543 as it was introduced. Many of these changes affect the definitions contained in the bill. The amendment adds sprayers and removes drones and off-road from the definition of agriculture equipment. In the definition of documentation, language is added to include service that would bring the equipment back to full or upgraded functionality. AM 1800 adds updates to the definition of embedded software, as well as adding or other supplier to the definition of part. The amendment strikes software program from the definition of firmware. The amendment also strikes section 2 and 3 from subsections 2 and 3 from section 3 of the green copy of LB 543. These subsections would have required manufacturers to provide documentation and tools to disable the security locks and to provide, during the warranty period, parts, tools, and documentation necessary to repair the equipment if costing more than $100. Provisions regarding the immobilizer system are also removed. The amendment rewrites and adds language clarifying that repair does not include these modifications. I would urge your support of AM 1800 and a green copy vote on a committee amendment and AM 543. Just as an aside, and as an observer in the Judiciary Committee, I'll offer this as well. We all see people that come in here and come to the legislature with their unique set of interests and their unique issues when they arrive. Senator Brandt has been a great committee member on the Judiciary Committee, and I've watched him since this bill was introduced. In my introduction, I said this was heard in February of 2020. Senator Brandt's been working on this issue almost nonstop since February of 2020 and probably well before that. I very much appreciate what he's done to try to reach an agreement and not have to bring this bill to the floor. And I would strongly encourage you to engage in this subject, to support AM 1800 and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Debate is now open. Senator Brandt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. You all should have a handout on your desk, two-pager from PIRG. This is the national group that represents right to repair. It shows the number of dealerships and what some of the concerns are. In talking with some of the colleagues this morning, they have a little bit of a difficult time wrapping their head around this, and it really should be right to digital repair should be the name of this. What you need to be aware of is the ag equipment industry is a very large industry. It's dominated by 4 or 5 companies, the largest of which manufactures over half the tractors and over half the combines that one company does. But not all the companies address this the same way. I've got a handout here from AGCO that gives farmers digital repairs, doesn't give it to them, but it makes it, if you want to see this, they have a program where a farmer can go in and rent the equipment needed. A lot of farmers have reached out to me. Typically, it addresses maybe a very few of the original equipment manufacturers. I'm gonna try and not call anybody out on this. You also received a handout on a World Herald editorial today by John Hanson. This is not just my issue. This is not a Nebraska issue. In 2022, the following states introduced bills on right to repair on ag equipment: Florida, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Nebraska, New York, Rhode Island, South Carolina, and Vermont. I guess I will mention John Deere here for a moment, just because it pertains to the right to repair aspect. There have been 11 class actions filed against Deere this year, all pertaining to right to repair, and I've got a list of those here if anybody wants to see them. I want to thank Senator Salama. She asked the Attorney General for an opinion. I've got that here also if you'd like to see it. The end of the opinion says, and I highlighted in here, the act, however, defines repair to exclude modifications, including changes affecting equipment or engine settings, and prohibits accessing any proprietary software code. These limitations on access and use of repair information would lessen any impairment of such agreements. What the Attorney General is saying is that the software code is not an issue. At the end, he goes on to say, even if a substantial impairment exists, the Act serves significant and legitimate public purposes, including 1, ensuring the ability of agriculture producers to repair their equipment in a timely manner, which facilitates the broader purpose of strengthening farms and businesses in rural communities, and 2, reducing monopolistic practices in the market for repair of agriculture machinery. Finally, the Act is a reasonable and appropriate means to serve these purposes. We therefore conclude that the Act likely does not violate the contract clause. So that's the highlight on that. A lot of people have asked me about data. We excluded data from this bill. Originally, it was included. A lot of people are not aware
1 minute.
that data is being continually collected and downloaded from these machines to who knows where. And If your landlord and your renter has modern farm equipment, that data is probably getting downloaded on your farm, maybe with your permission, maybe without your permission. But one thing's for pretty sure, you are not getting paid for the collection of how many acres are harvested or planted on your farm. And yet the person that owns that piece of equipment has to turn around and get software repairs from a dealer. We talked about that. And I guess the last point I would like to make is this. On the car and truck industry, you can go to an O'Reilly's, a Napa, a lot of different auto parts store and get repairs. In agriculture, you have to go to a dealership to get the repairs. No matter what.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator Slama, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Senator Brandt for his work with me on this issue, talking me through some of my concerns. It is wonderful to have a fellow rural senator on the Judiciary Committee, especially from Southeast Nebraska. That being said, I stand in respectful opposition to LB 543, and it's because of the wide-reaching consequences this kind of legislation would have, not just in Nebraska and not just in the ag industry, but nationwide. I support the well-being and economic prosperity of farmers. Nebraska's economy is driven forward by the ag industry. The Nebraska Department of Agriculture reported that cash receipts from farm marketing contributed to more than $21 billion to Nebraska's economy in 2019. Nebraska's $5.8 billion in agricultural exports in 2019 translated to $1.28 in economic activities such as transportation, financing, warehouse, and production. So that's like 28% return, which is very high. 1 in 4 jobs in Nebraska are related to agriculture. Nebraska needs farmers, and it is the job of the legislature to protect them through meaningful and transparent legislation. So farmers and ranchers in Nebraska are not only the economic backbone of our state, but are also critical to the health and well-being of our nation as well as the world. According to the Nebraska Department of Agriculture, Nebraska is the #1 beef exporter to the European Union, Vietnam, Israel, Kuwait, and Colombia. The Yetter Institute reported that in 2018, Nebraska alone exported more than $1.44 billion of beef. Simply, America needs farmers. The world needs farmers. And our duty in the legislature is to represent and protect Nebraska's most important industry. LB 543 is being marketed to benefit farmers by giving them the ability to repair their own machines. So it's no secret that the machines being used by farmers are invaluable to the industry and are critical to the statistics that I shared previously and the overall success of agriculture in Nebraska. However, the language and marketing of LB 543 of just being the right to repair is kind of misleading. Farmers already have the right to repair. There's a stark contrast between the right to repair and the right to modify. The manufacturers of farming equipment, such as John Deere, have given farmers the tools needed to repair their equipment. The same manufacturers are being held to national standards by federal organizations and could be held liable if the modified machines no longer meet those national standards. There is a safety and reliability component that's a problem within this legislation too. The tractors being used by farmers are constantly changing, and manufacturers like John Deere are constantly innovating their products to give farmers the best chance at success and growth. Modern tractors are more than just a mom and pop 1960s, 1970s machine like my dad's 1972 Kubota. They are equipped with onboard computers, cell transmitters, CPS guidance systems, the whole thing. John Deere recently unveiled a fully autonomous tractor, meaning that a farmer can transport the tractor to a field, configure it for its operation, and just operate it on an app on their phone. So this software and work by manufacturers have helped increase productivity, but this has come at the cost of operational control. A farmer, unless he's equipped with some relatively high-level intensive training or education in terms of software coding, doesn't have what's needed to safely repair these machines and get into those systems.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Trying to do so leaves their own personal safety at risk as well as the safety of their community. We've got a director of precision agricultural strategy and business development stating that one tweak to a modern tractor could cascade through an entire software system and lead to unintended consequences. Tractors weigh as much as 20 tons and run on 500 horsepower engines. Modifying these machines can be dangerous, and LB 543 does not take these dangers into consideration. All this to say, the conversation facilitated by LB 543 is a good one and a valuable one, and Senator Brandt is pointing out real issues within the industry. We're constantly working, whether you're on the farmer side of this issue or the manufacturer side, to ensure that both sides are happy, because we're all working towards the same goal, which is to grow agriculture in Nebraska. So I'll be
Time,
speaking.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Flood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to thank Senator Brandt for bringing this bill. This is Nebraska on the front line of an issue that is a nationwide issue, if I'm correct. There are people probably in almost every rural state. There are farmers in America, and there are manufacturers in America that want to see where Nebraska goes. And it's best, I think, when the states lead the way. And here we're having a conversation about something that is meaningful and will guide the future on many levels. As I see this, there's the right to repair, there's intellectual property rights, there's safety, a lot of different angles. I'd like to ask Senator Brandt some questions, Mr. President.
Senator Brandt, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Senator Brandt, can you speak to where this issue is? Are you dealing with the Federal Trade Commission on this, or what would be the governing agency on the federal side that's looking at this?
Ultimately, it would be the Federal Trade Commission. When we started this in 21, we were doing this as a state, and sometime in mid-21, there seemed to be some, I believe, congressmen, maybe your future colleagues, that have stepped up on this subject, and you started to hear a little bit about it at the federal level. There have been, I do have a complaint, I think in my pile here, that some farm organizations have filed with the Federal Trade Commission on this subject.
So ideally, what would happen here is that the manufacturers would reach an agreement with the Federal Trade Commission and the complaining parties, in this case, farmers. It was your understanding, I heard in your comments earlier, that there was a possibility for that to happen by January of 2021. Describe that process for us and explain what the best outcome would have been.
Absolutely. We initially brought this bill for Nebraska Farm Bureau. Historically, at their state convention, they had a vote of like 178 to 5 to do right to repair. They asked me to bring this bill, and I agreed. After it went through the committee hearing, the original equipment manufacturers asked us to hold off for a year from introducing, and we readily agreed in the hope that American Farm Bureau, working with their attorneys and the, and I cannot remember what the name of the overriding group for the OEMs is, could come up with a memorandum of understanding, or an MOU, like what we see in car and truck repair. And to date, that's kind of stalled out.
So if we were to pass LB 943 as amended by the Judiciary Committee amendment, what would ripple through the United States in terms of the policy?
I think using the state that passed the car and truck right to repair, there's only been one state pass that, and we're all a beneficiary of it because the MOU affects all 50 states. I think you would see them come to the table and it would be resolved.
And what year was that car and truck?
2012.
Okay, and that governs the electronic systems and all of the different IT systems in like a Buick or a Cadillac or different types of American-made vehicles, or all vehicles?
It's my understanding that it includes all vehicles that sign on, all companies that sign on to the MOU.
Okay, so help me understand the intellectual property rights issues. Are the OEMs basically saying, hey, we developed this software, it's proprietary, we are employing it in our implements that you purchase, and Therefore, one of the issues like, hey, this is our intellectual property.
One
is that-
minute.
Essentially, yeah, that would be a good way to, some companies, when you buy a $500,000 or $600,000 combine, you have what's sitting in front of you. They still control the software component, which I think most farmers are fine with. The problem becomes when it says fuel system or something that the onboard computer cannot handle, and then you have to go to the dealership to get the digital fix and have them come out to fix it. Not all companies and equipment are the same.
Now, this is something that we might have to talk again about, but does the farmer purchase a software license for the software, or does the farmer outright purchase the software that can only be repaired by the OEM? Is this a license that they purchase with a continuing obligation of like $200 a month or something? Or what are they actually purchasing?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I'll have to get back to you on an exact answer.
Time, Senators. Okay. Thank you, Senator Flood and Senator Brandt. Senator Lowe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Brandt, for bringing the bill and putting it before us today. The last bill before our Sunny Day party, so this is going to stretch on for a long time. It's going to feel that way anyway, I think. An evil joke to most of us still here on the floor. I'd like to read testimony from Trevor Meekum from Valmont Industries. Good morning, Chairman. My name is Trevor Meekum. I am Vice President of Global Technology and Industry Relations for Valmont Industries, representing Valley Irrigation. First off, thank you for the opportunity to be able to address my concerns regarding LB 543. Agriculture Equipment Right to Repair Act. On behalf of Valmont Industries, then Valley Irrigation and the state of Nebraska, I'd like to first off say thank you for all the public service. As you are aware, the agriculture industry is thriving and it is a business that continues to be at the forefront, influencing many sectors of the economy, both locally and internationally. With the growing population, diminishing land available today to feed that population, it's important to understand the current development in the industry and how it will affect our production and distribution of food. So as a third generation family farmer and a longtime industry professional, myself, my career over the past 22 years has spanned the continual changes and advancements in agriculture that we now benefit from today. This specifically, the advancement in agricultural technology has transformed many areas of farming, including irrigation. Whether the perspective of a farmer, a participating dealer, or original equipment manufacturer, I have the distinguished opportunity to be on each side of the table. As you may know, water is the foundation of many agricultural crops in the U.S. and worldwide. What you may not know is that it also consumes approximately 80% of all the water used in the United States. However, with many consumer technology trends, we have been able to into our industry that conserve water and energy resources. This also includes automation of center pivots and remote access to turn them on, turn them off, control the flow of water, how much it is needed, how much is being used, and receive notifications and alerts as to a grower where there are issues regarding machines and even the crop itself. They're the reason why we invest so much time and money into our dealer network, ensuring the proper training and certification is met to achieve the highest standards necessary for proper functionality. Amongst the thousands of connections growers have, enabling them to control a variety of devices remotely, there are safeguards in place to help assure the necessary water efficiency and power management. Make no mistake, we are advocates for the farmer and we do advocate
for the appropriate right to repair as needed, as I just did with our family farm, and looked to serve and save on operational costs
1
year
minute.
over year. Thank you, Mr. President. Still, there were inevitable certain things that were understood I cannot repair myself without creating more potential risk. As I stated earlier, the evolution of technology is continuous and innovation beyond just familiar sprinkler irrigation, and will soon include hardware applications and artificial intelligence, knowing where, when, and how much to spray for pest and disease. Naturally, such applications require a higher level of expertise to troubleshoot, giving uncertified access to independent third parties who have not gone through the proper certification and training could materially and negatively impact growers' attempt to produce greater yields year after year. From a consumer perspective, I'd like to say also Apple and Android
Time, Senator.
application. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on this bill, I've dealt with this issue for several years along with Senator Brandt, and I appreciate him bringing it. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the issues that we run into in the ag industry. And I went to Southeast Community College in Milford. I'm a trained diesel technician. And for up until the last couple of years, I have had the ability to really fix almost anything on my tractor or combine that needs to be fixed. Once in a while, I do have to call my dealer and have it fixed. But as we've added technology, there are places where I don't even want to go. I do not understand how it works anymore. I have not had training. And so as far as me getting into the software of a machine, I would not want to go there because I don't know what I'm doing. So back in the day when I was first started farming and we were buying equipment, I was usually buying used equipment because that's all beginning farmers can do. That's all you can afford. And so with every piece of a machine that I bought or equipment, I bought the repair manual and a parts manual, and Deere sold it to me. I had that at home. I could use it, but what I didn't get was the updates that I guess the dealers have to pay a monthly fee to receive those updates. So I was not in possession of an updated repair manual. So if they had to do flash updates like they can now on computers, they're updated as they see things happening across the country. Dealers can get an updated repair manual that covers that situation. But my dealer has always treated me really well. But I think the big issue in this here is that when you buy a new piece of equipment, it's under warranty for however many years or hours of service. I don't expect to touch that machine. I will call my dealer because they're going to offer this service. I'm going to let them do it. But when that warranty runs out, do I own the machine or do I own a piece of iron that without software is worthless? And so if I can't touch the software or do anything with it, do I own a tractor? Do I own a pile of iron? Because these days, without the software, without the computers, without all of that modern technology put in there, that tractor would not run. I could not disconnect things. I could not just bypass wires. It functionally would not run. It wouldn't move. It wouldn't do its job. And so yet the warranty has run out. And if I have to call my John Deere dealer to come work on that equipment because I cannot have access to that software, to that computer program that would look at the software to see if I have a problem. So, I mean, this is a very complicated issue going forward. So we're at a point in time where if we start to see autonomous vehicles, and you can talk about cars, whether it's a Tesla or a John Deere tractor that's fully autonomous. I think we're reaching that point where we're never going to have an independent repair dealer available for cars or trucks or tractors. Because at some point in time, if I work on, whether I'm an independent garage or an independent farmer, if I work on an autonomous vehicle or any kind of piece of that, if something happens, if somebody gets
1
killed,
minute.
who's liable? And I think that's where the whole big issue here lies, is so many things are tied into this with safety. And if your PTO shaft would suddenly start because of something you did in the software code and you are killed in a farm accident, who does your widow sue? Do they sue the dealer, the manufacturer, or is it because you worked on the tractor? Those are issues that we're going to have to talk about here and make people feel comfortable about. But again, it gets to that point where do you own your tractor or do you own a piece of iron? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Dorn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for the conversation this afternoon. I want to thank Senator Brandt for bringing this. Visited with him quite often in the last couple of years, him and other people and Farm Bureau and everybody that's been working on this bill and attempting to bring something about that. There is an issue out there. There is an issue with something that, generally speaking, farmers who are, if a farmer could be his own mechanic, he's sometimes a real happy person. And there are many farmers that are tremendous mechanics, probably better than some of them in the dealership. And yet they've decided to farm and go that route. So the issue of repairing or having that ability to do that is not the same for every farmer or everybody out there. But the comments here today, I think, are very interesting to me. I agree some with Senator Friesen here about the fact that this is not just a simple issue. I compare it to some of the technology issues that we have in our society today. If you look at 20, 30 years ago, our cell phones was a bag phone, and now look at what our cell phone does and everything. And when you have issues, a cell phone, generally speaking, they're at the price where you go get a new cell phone, but a tractor or a combine out there, we used to think a tractor that was $20,000 or $30,000 was an expensive tractor. And now we just had a neighbor that bought a tractor, was a $500,000 tractor. And that's he's going to use to plant this year. So when that tractor has an issue, what happens? Who takes care of that issue, and how long will he be down? Because when we're in the middle of planting season and that tractor goes down, and now we are basically under the auspice of the dealer of being the only one to repair that and not some farmer or some, I call it independent mechanic coming in helping. Sometimes those hours are a lot of money out there in the field or whatever. A little example, last year we had another neighbor that bought a new tractor, bought a new planter, and he went out to the field to plant, got along fine for several days. Fourth, fifth day he went out there, and the tractor, and you have to understand this on the tractor, on the monitor, on the planter monitor now we have, it shows which way the tractor's going, which way the planter's going, and all the rows are planting and what seed population and everything. His tractor was backwards, so it wouldn't move because his tractor on the monitor was backwards. It took 2.5 days of the dealership and that farmer to work that out so he could get going again. We talk about all of the, Senator Slama talked about all of the importance of agriculture in this state and all of the crops that we raise and everything. But when we start having issues like that, where now the farmer or the mechanic from the shop isn't able to, I call it, have the information from that company to correct those issues in a timely manner to the farmer or to that crop planting at a different time is very, very important. This is something that has evolved over time.
John Deere is going to have an autonomous tractor out. They will have several of them out in Nebraska this year. I talked to a co-op in western Nebraska that has 2 autonomous sprayers. That's how they're going out and spraying the fields, with 2 autonomous tractors.
1 minute.
Sprayers. So this is something that I call it won't become less of an issue. This will become more of an issue. And how does it go about to get solved? Appreciate Senator Brandt very much talking about the fact that on the national scale, the American Farm Bureau and many of these are talking. They haven't come to an agreement, yet the car industry could come to an agreement. So I think they'll keep working on it, but I think this is also something we need to be very much aware of as we go forward, and the importance of this to the state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Senator Pansing Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this bill is emblematic of the beauty of this legislature, because when I first got here 8 years ago, I was voting against the right to repair. And then I had a lot of long nights in the legislature with our whole committee, and got to talk to Senator Brandt once in a while about the right to repair. And he really gave me a lot of arguments, and I have switched my opinion, and I do now support the right to repair. I understand it better. I feel fortunate to have had this time with Senator Brandt. A couple things, I'm going to read something to you, but I also want to ask Senator Lathrop a couple questions.
Senator Lathrop, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. So we just heard some information about people being confused about who would be sued. If a farmer fixes his own equipment, then and then is killed, who is the widow to sue? And that's not an understanding of causation and negligence. So could you explain that a little bit, please?
Sure. So if you were to repair, or if a repair is done on a tractor, we'll say, and the farmer's then driving the tractor down the road, and something about the repair causes the tractor to go swerve into the other lane. I'm just making up an example, and hit a semi head on. If the repair was done negligently, and the negligent repair is what caused the accident, then the person that did the repair. But it's not just you sued John Deere just because you happen to be riding a John Deere tractor when it did something. If there's a manufacturing defect, then John Deere's on the line. But if it is a negligent repair, it's the person that did the repair, whether that's the farmer. Of course, the widow isn't suing the state of her husband. If it's the farmer, the third party, or the equipment dealer.
Perfect. Thank you, Senator Lathrop. And as a trial lawyer, I just thought he could clarify that more easily than even I. So I wanted to read to you, thank you for your time, Senator Lathrop. I want to read to you the article that was handed out to us, The Midlands Voices for Farmers' Sake, Pass the Right to Repair. And it's written by John Hanson on April 7, 2022. If and when your car, pickup, or truck breaks down, you have repair options. You can fix it yourself, have your independent repair shop fix it, or take it into the dealership. As owners, we decide which option works best for us. Thanks to automotive right to repair laws, manufacturers are required to provide necessary repair materials to consumers and independent mechanics. That creates the compensation in the repair market we all benefit from. Because farmers don't have right to repair for farm equipment when their tractors, combines, windrowers, or silage cutters break down, farmers are at the mercy of the dealership. Farm equipment manufacturers use the very same software farmers paid for to lock farmers out of the ability to fix their own equipment or to take it to an independent repair shop. Farm manufacturers force farmers to depend on their dealerships at their prices and their schedules. Since there's no competition, the cost of farm equipment repairs is high and the quality of the service is often low and slow. That's an opinion. When farmers get together, they share stories about how much simple sensor repairs cost and how long it took for the dealer technician to arrive. During spring planting, summer haying, or fall harvesting, lost time amounts to a lot of lost money. After all, It was the sensitivity to limited time that drove farmers and ranchers to buy newer and bigger software-enabled equipment for hundreds of thousands of dollars in the first
1
place.
minute.
I'm going to jump down to another paragraph. Federal Trade Commission investigators asked for hard data from both equipment manufacturers and right to repair proponents to get to the bottom of these concerns. Their report found, quote, scant evidence to support manufacturers' justifications for repair restrictions, end quote. Instead, the FTC found that, quote, the specific changes that repair advocates seek to address manufacturer repair restrictions like access to information, manuals, spare parts, and tools were well supported by comments submitted for the record and testimony provided, end quote. These are the same kinds of arguments that Senator Brandt has given to me over the years to help me understand and change my position on right to repair. And I wholeheartedly support LB 543 and the underlying amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. Senator Brandt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a farmer, I just want the damn thing to work. You laugh, but that's the truth. And I mean, that might explain some of my personality here. I don't care about the source code. So essentially what we're talking about with modern farm equipment is this thing here. If this is what it takes to make the tractor go or the combine go, fine. I probably won't be buying one of these things. But we historically in Nebraska, the mechanics that work in our ag dealerships, a good mechanic to a farmer is worth more than a doctor. And it is. And a lot of those guys will work there. It's sort of a starter job, 5 years, 10 years. Dad gets to be my age, is thinking about retiring. He'll go work with dad for a while and he'll fix stuff in the shop. And a lot of the neighbors know and like him as a mechanic, and they'll take stuff over to him, and all those parts still get bought from the local dealership. In fact, I've had dealers tell me they kind of rely on these guys during harvest and planting because there are not enough technicians in the state to service us in the heat of the battle. So it's not like everybody's going to run out and spend however many thousands of dollars to buy an agreement to have this thing, but it sure would be nice if that third-party mechanic out there could do this. I think you see a symptom of this when you watch online auctions. In agriculture, in the last 10 years, we buy and sell everything online. Tractors that are 15 years old, 10 years old are bringing as much as they did new. And a lot of that is because they are pre-DEF, and DEF is the diesel exhaust fluid system. And that's kind of a problem for a lot of people. And we can fix them. They don't have a lot of electronic components on it. And if you don't believe me, go to Big Iron or Auction Time or some of these sites and just look at the history of what this stuff is bringing. It's kind of ironic if you know history. For those of you that don't know, I graduated UNL. I'm a double major, Ag Econ and Mech Ag. I'm sort of a techie back then, 1982, on the ag side. I wanted to work for a tractor manufacturer, but those of you around in the 80s understood that the ag economy collapsed and International went bankrupt, Alice Chalmers went bankrupt, companies folded. But Mech Ag is part of ag engineering. Ag engineering in Nebraska runs the tractor test lab. And I know that dealers don't like the Nebraska tractor test lab because you have to have a Nebraska tractor test to sell a tractor in Nebraska. That came about 102 years ago in this building because a state representative bought a Ford tractor and it was Ford in name only. And this machine was so awful that a state senator he worked with the next year, Crozer, passed this law in 1919 mandating that Nebraska have all tractors tested that are sold here in the state. And that's still in force today. And that's sort of similar to what we're talking about is the cutting edge of technology.
1 minute.
Thank you. So with that, let's see, Senator Slama is back. She was saying this would have wide-reaching consequences nationwide. We hope so. We really hope that if Nebraska passes this, that it will bring the OEMs to the table to sign a memorandum of understanding for the entire country. And that's really what the end goal is here, folks. So this is not about the right to modify. That's already happening. The bill's not here. If you're complaining about the exhaust system and chipping, do something about it. That's not what this bill is about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator Bosselman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Senator Dorn and Senator Friesen said it best. This is a complicated issue that's not going to be solved very easily, I don't think. A lot of issues have come up already, and I think things need to be talked about some more. I think Senator Friesen, well, Senator Dorn mentioned autonomous vehicles coming up. That's a serious issue, I think, especially as we begin talking about computer components, command modules, whatever it might be within those motherboards and those type of things, and how we interact with that. You know, one thing that was mentioned here earlier, and I appreciate what Senator Lathrop said. I think one of the challenges with this is that if this now becomes part of the equation we're talking about, and the farmer, the hired man, hired woman has one of these and does some work on a piece of equipment, and they do follow technical guidance, and they do make changes to fix whatever it is on that, then they go out and have an accident, then who's going to be responsible for it? I think there's a whole lot of things here that need to be considered, and I think it's something we really got to think about, be careful about. And the MOU at the national level, I know we've talked about this for several years since I've been here. I think every year I've been here, we've been talking about this and the need for it. I'm not saying that there does not need to be an agreement there where I think local shops, local people can already do a lot of this, but not all of it. But especially when it comes to safety issues is where the dividing line is right now, perhaps. And that's a concern for me on this, is that this isn't your old farm mall anymore. It's not something you're going to tear apart and put back together on your own. There is a lot of technology that's built into this equipment today. And yes, and I agree with Senator Brandt, there's occasions out there where you may be down for some time because you can't get a technician out there, a person out there to get it done. I had a similar incident when I first, several years ago with one of my tractors. We had an electrical issue, and I had to have somebody come out, and it took us a long time to track that thing down and get it fixed. It's not something that can be done easily sometimes, and sometimes it does take time. I don't know that this will necessarily fix all those problems. I was at a neighbor's place here just the other day, a couple weeks ago, and he had just bought a new grain trailer, and the canvas across the top. If you don't know, those automatically roll back and forth. You can do those. Well, the problem was it would open but wouldn't close. So then they had the technician come out. Technician looked at it, couldn't figure it out. So then they took it back to manufacturer. They worked on it, couldn't figure it out. Well, part of it was they thought was climatic weather, cold weather, warm weather, whatever it is. So there's issues that deal with, especially when we start talking about computers, electronics, other things with this equipment, that I think needs to be carefully considered, because when we start having individuals, when myself or someone else starts working on a piece of equipment, a tractor, a baler, combine, whatever it might be, and you really don't have all that technical skill and that knowledge behind it, I think it's a challenge for us to automatically just say everybody can do it, because everybody doesn't have that skill. Everybody doesn't have that knowledge. Everybody doesn't have that technology nor the ability to do that. And I think what's happening now across the country, I think in the state, is is that there is a certain amount of technology ability for you to go out and repair or work on those vehicles. It's that last bit of information, that last bit of technology now that we're talking about that is being worked on at the federal level. And that's one thing when we talk about broadband and mapping, what am I told? Well, the FCC is doing it, so we need to wait till they get it done because when they do it, it's going to trump whatever we do anyway. Not saying that's necessarily the right thing to do or the best thing to do. In fact, I would rather I'd rather do the mapping myself and not have them do it. But I do believe in this case there is some significant things. So I'm listening to the conversations that are going on. I'm talking to different people here or that's in the rotunda about this. I do think that this is something that's going to take time to look at. I think it's something that we need to have the conversation on. Will this move the needle at the national level? I don't know if that really will.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bostman. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, friends all. It is this bill, LB 543, is very interesting. And Senator Brandt and I were having a good conversation. One of the issues that I want to delve into a little bit is property rights. That's why I was asking the question about whether the purchaser of one of these tractors, for instance, actually has a license to the software or if they outright own the software. And I'm going to ask Senator Brandt a question in a moment, but I want to just explain my experience with software. So probably in the late 80s, I think it was Ray Lockhart. He is the owner of KOGA Radio in Ogallala, Nebraska. He and his son developed a special software that allowed radio stations to play the music digitally without putting it on records or carts or whatever, reel-to-reel machines. And I was working at a radio station in Norfolk, one of the first in the nation that bought the software. And at that time, it was a beginning company. Ogallala was the head, the pinpoint for the entire nation, and his business took off. And when we would have a sound card go down or a malfunction with the computer, there would be midnight runs to Ogallala from all over the country to go to Keith County and get the software because there was only one place to get it fixed, and that was the manufacturer, because Ray had built the software and it was his intellectual property. Fast forward 30 years, and when that happens today, and by the way, that company that he started is worldwide now, purchased by iHeartMedia, used almost in every radio station in the world. And now within a few seconds, a technician, used to be in Ogallala, now you don't know where they're from, remotes into your computer system, fixes your problem, and we pay a support fee of X amount of money a month. And the reason I raise this whole question is this where right to repair is going? Is it going to where you hook your tractor or it hooks automatically, data is sent over the internet, and the manufacturer gets into the middle of your motherboard and determines where it's going? And if so, will this render itself moot? As I understand it, it's more complicated than that. Senator Brandt, would you answer a question?
Senator Brandt, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
So you understand what I'm saying, where John Deere, for instance, could remote into someone's combine or their tractor. Respond to that for me so I could kind of appreciate what your view is on that.
You're about 5 years too late. That already happens.
Okay.
But you need wireless to do that. And I think you and I and Senator Wayne and Senator Bostman have had a lot of conversations about broadband and fiber in the state of Nebraska.
That's a very good point. Here we are back to broadband. But okay, so if you can remote in and that diagnostic work can be done remotely, where does the right to repair come in if you have no barrier back to the manufacturer? And I'm not saying there isn't a need for it, but if they can diagnose what the issue is remotely, then it's I think we're talking about a computer chip or a part here that's connected to the information technology system, the IT system
1 minute.
of the
So-
tractor.
So my understanding is that's kind of what happens today with some manufacturers is you can call the dealership, they've already downloaded or looked at what's wrong with your machine, and they're working with you on the phone to figure out, telling you to go in and do this or check this, or maybe it's a fault that you need a part for, and they're saying, come to the dealership, we'll have the part for you. So
Okay.
what you're saying is happening today. It's just not happening across the board.
So in a way, you don't need more. You don't necessarily, you just want it fixed. You don't necessarily need more repair shops. You need more technicians, regardless of who they work for, to come out and deal with the motherboard of the IT system.
Both. You
Okay.
need more third-party technicians and you need more dealership
Time,
technicians.
Senators.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood and Senator Brandt. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, thank you, Senator Brandt and Judiciary Committee for bringing this bill. I always appreciate Senator Brandt usually starts his comments in some fashion like that. I rise in support of AM 1800 and LB 543. And, you know, like Senator Pansing Brooks, I wasn't really and didn't know about the right to repair issue when I first got here and ran for legislature. And I serve on the Agriculture Committee with Senator Brandt, and he's educated me on a number of issues, as have other people in this body, about important issues in agriculture. And one of the things I've learned about is efficiency, that farmers are working to make sure that they can get as much done as they can in the limited window that they have, weather-wise and timing-wise. And so what Senator Brandt talked about earlier is getting somebody out there to actually be able to fix it quickly, because you might only have a day where you can be harvesting. And nobody needs me to tell you this, but it just seems to me logical that time is of the essence when it comes to all stages of agricultural production. So I think this bill is important to help farmers do the work they need to when they need to do it, and not have a hurdle to actually getting things repaired. But I've been listening to the debate and learning, and I just had a question if Senator Brandt would yield to a question.
Senator Brandt, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
So thank you, Senator Brandt. So I've been listening, and there's some vocabulary that I just wasn't familiar with. So you talked about chip in, is that the word?
Yep.
And could you explain what that is?
Let me give you a little history. On some of the older equipment, like when I was growing up, you needed more horsepower. You turn the screw on the Rosemaster injection pump, and you got an old Alice, you can get another 20, 30 horse out of it. Okay. So what we've got now is we have, just like your automobiles, computer-controlled equipment. And the only way you can get more horsepower out of that equipment is you have to put a different chip in it. Okay. But unlike the old equipment that could take maybe an increase in horsepower, the specifications on the new equipment are so finite that if you have a 150 horse tractor and you're going to jack that thing to 200 or 250 horse, quite often the transmission and axles can't take that. So what happens is it's called chipping. So basically, for lack of a better description, there's sort of a gray market out there that'll come out and switch chips in your machine to give you more horsepower.
So people are already doing that?
Yes.
And would this bill make that legal?
This bill would have really no bearing on that.
Oh.
If it's happening today, it's a problem for our dealers in Nebraska. And here's the problem. Somebody chips a machine, they trade it in, it's going to wear out prematurely because it's over horsepowered. Okay. And then you're going to come in and buy this machine, and that dealer is on the hook because nobody told them that was chipped. And that is something that probably needs to be addressed somewhere down the road. I think a lot of farmers are honest enough to tell them that, yeah, in fact, I bought a chipped combine, and it was unchipped before I traded in. It works just fine. I've got no issues with that. It was checked out by my dealer. I'm fine with it, but it can cause a lot of mechanical problems.
Okay. So, well, see, I learned something just now. I didn't know anything about that topic. I appreciate that answer, Senator Brandt. So, and just to be clear that I understand what you said there, this chipping thing is something that is going on. that
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is already happening. This bill does not make it easier to do or harder to do, or doesn't really address it anyway.
That's not how I see this bill. No, it would give you access to the digital repair tools that you need to make your equipment go back to the original or the manufacturer's specifications.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. I would yield you the remainder of my time if you want it.
Thank you, Senator. To Senator Brandt. 25 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's it.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Brandt. Senator Gregor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I've came in about the same time that Senator Brandt came in, and I've been pretty much riding this train with him on this right to repair. But as I see it, and I visit with different people on both sides of the coin here, it all comes down to the software. And I'd just like to ask Senator Brandt a few questions, clarify for myself, and maybe hopefully clear something up.
Senator Brandt, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
Senator Brandt, is there currently software available for producers and independent dealers to have to fix tractors?
It depends on the machine and the company. It's all over the board. Some companies provide it easily. Other companies, the only way you can access it is through a dealer. It's really varied right now.
Okay, thank you. And what I'm hearing from the very start, the two major concerns of being able to purchase this software and why they don't want you to purchase the software or have full control. The two concerns are jacking with the exhaust and or horsepower. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if I bought that implement and I used that software and I did do something like that, could somebody track that I've been into that exhaust and or powered horsepower with computer technology?
Here again, it depends how new the equipment is. If you bought a brand new piece of equipment today, I'm pretty sure they know everything that happens on that piece of equipment. It's downloaded constantly, maybe not on an older piece of equipment.
So I buy a new piece of equipment, I have a warranty on it, and if I did something like that, would this bill make that warranty no longer valid?
This bill doesn't affect the warranties. If you do that, in most cases, you're going to be in violation of your warranty. If you would either chip the machine during the warranty period, I'm pretty sure the warranty would be void. And it already is a federal violation to mess with the exhaust systems.
So I go back to, and possibly once again, if they're able to track this and they know that you've been into those two areas and it's federal law, couldn't that be something like we have on, if you wreck your car, there's a salvage title on that's, you can only buy that car with the new owner knowing that this piece of implement has been messed with in those two areas?
That's an interesting concept. I suppose that could happen, except we don't have titles on farm equipment.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like you say, with the technology, things like that could be happening, which would lower the value or make that piece of equipment worthless if somebody got into something like that too,
I guess I'd sort of like to flip a question back to a former helicopter mechanic and pilot. Did you guys have technology when you fixed helicopters?
Well, I was a pilot and I don't know how to fix a helicopter. I just know how to break it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Gregor. Senator Brandt. Senator Lowe, you're recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I just want the damn thing to work. I believe those were your words, right? Senator Brandt, I want my cars to be that way too. My first vehicle was a 1950 Buick, and it was beautiful. It was a boat. It was huge. Had a chrome grille that went down over the top of the bumper. It was beautiful. I was 14 years old when I bought that car with a buddy of mine who was also 14 years old, and we tore it apart and we made it run. We could do that. Senator Brandt, I think if you'd take a Alice Chalmers 5050 or a John Deere 4040, that you could probably do the same thing and the dealers wouldn't have a problem. And you could make that damn thing work. But we're talking about new machinery, computers on wheels. Scott Raber for Titan Machinery had this testimony. Good morning, Chairman Lathrop and the committee. Thank you for this time. My name is Scott Raber. I'm with Titan. Thank you for this time this morning. We're a Case IH New Holland case construction dealer representing 16 dealerships across the state. They employ 400 individuals in various small towns across the state. First of all, I guess I'd like to thank the farmers in the room. I myself grew up milking 400 dairy cows every morning. Senator Merman, I think you may have some friends there. For many of my years of life. So I appreciate what you do. From our dealership's perspective, it was our goal. And I think of any dealer's mission to be partners with our customers to make their lives easier, not harder. Their success and their satisfaction is critical to our success and our satisfaction. Our success. I have handed out the service tool that is available from Case IH or New Holland, and that is very recently available for consumers to purchase, whether that be a farmer or an independent repair shop. I listened to all this testimony this morning and I'm somewhat confused. It seems like there's confusion in the marketplace on what is available, what is not available, what a customer does have the ability to do, what a customer does not have the ability to do. And what I say directly to your earlier questions, Chairman Lathrop, I believe there's a poor breakdown in communication on what one dealership offers that CNH offers and has available in the marketplace. If you do look under the electronic diagnostic tool portion of, that I handed out, I think it addresses a lot of the concerns and really consternation that many customers have experienced over time. As equipment has evolved, we've all had to learn. I guess we are spending a lot of time talking about equipment that's 10 and 15 years old. I can say from our perspective, technology is advancing very quickly. New equipment is not clearly always the answer, but there is a vast and quickly evolving technology that's happening now, and we have the ability, or our customers have the ability, of new machines to repair or see what's happening to them remotely, whether it be from a dealership seat or whether it be from a grower's seat.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess in closing, it's our opinion and our hope that we are able to resolve this without further legislation and really address it as market-based solution. Thank you, and I welcome any questions at that time. And I seem to recall at one time that Rolls-Royce, if you did any repairs yourself on that car, it voided their warranty. So as the equipment goes up in price, we have to think about that warranty and what it will do if we decide to repair it ourselves or with a third party. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So earlier I was talking about what could happen down the road when you have software that you don't own and you have a piece of equipment that depends on it. And I don't know that we can ever go back to where we could get to when the automotive industry made this switch. But at some point in time, the dealerships and the manufacturers are going to have to realize that third-party repair shops are a good thing. And I think they enhance your brand. But when you look at what's available today, and again, I have not gone out and tried to purchase the laptop and the software and the technical manuals anymore because I feel that I'm outdated in my training. But when you purchase a $450,000 tractor these days, and when it's out of warranty, or 10 years from now, 15 years from now, if one of the onboard computers fails and Deere says, well, we no longer make it, it was, we didn't sell very many of them, so, your tractor's obsolete. We don't have that anymore. Do we have the ability to get the third-party market interested in manufacturing those components that Deere maybe thinks isn't profitable anymore? Or Case IH, I don't want to just pick on one brand. I'm just saying that one of the manufacturers determines that after 10 or 12, 13 years, they're not selling enough of them. We just quit handling that. And suddenly one of those computers goes down. Do we have, like in the automotive industry, I think we have third-party manufacturers that make aftermarket parts. You have choices. We don't have those choices in farm equipment manufacturing. And so that's what troubles me a little bit. And I don't know if this bill gets there or it doesn't. But somewhere there's got to be this middle ground to where we can reach this agreement. And I was hoping that they would have this MOU done by the time we would get to this bill. But it seems like everybody wants to drag their feet and stretch this out. And it is a more of a national issue than it is state. But this would push the manufacturers to do something. But down the road, we're going to either have to have what we call maybe a third-party market where someone else can come in, but that would require John Deere to share their source code. And I think, there are companies that have sold some software upgrades where you can up your horsepower. And I have a feeling that there are companies that have probably acquired that source code and been able to manipulate it and do this already. But wouldn't it be, I guess, the question is, should there be an active third-party market to where you have choices to go? Would it be nice to be able to go to an auto parts store and purchase this computer that runs your tractor versus having to go to a dealership? You could say the same about your car. There are third-party manufacturers that make a lot of car parts. Now, as we get into the Tesla, I think down the road, Tesla, and there is no third-party repair shops are ever going to touch a Tesla. There are liability issues there. And that's the way it's going to happen with equipment down the road as they are more autonomous. There are no one third party is going to ever work on those vehicles. This is a
1 minute.
extremely complicated subject, but I think it boils down to the fact that if there were third-party manufacturers that could have access to this source code, when vehicles get 10, 12, 15 years old, and all of a sudden the original equipment manufacturer decides not to make those parts anymore, instead of having a tractor that I can use, I have a boat anchor. I have a pile of junk. And unless at some point Deere wants to actively push this idea that there could be a third-party manufacturer that does this, we are going to run into this issue more and more as we go forward. And I wish Deere would address it, or the manufacturers would address this issue sooner rather than later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Slama, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. President. Sorry, I would have walked a bit more quickly, but I've got coffee here and a white dress, so didn't want to mess that up. Once again, I'd like to thank Senator Brandt for his efforts on this issue. And as you're listening to debate, I mean, I think it really becomes clear that even the senators that are in opposition to this, we're not that far apart from Senator Brandt in the essence of, I just want the damn thing to work. I mean, you talk to anybody who has owned any kind of machinery, whether they're a farmer or not, at the end of the day, that's what you want. That's what the end goal is. I just disagree with the means of how we're getting there. I worry that LB 543 it goes beyond just a basic right to repair, and it turns into a mandate that could really compromise manufacturer, dealer safety. It raises all sorts of questions about liability that have already been raised, as in when this tractor that's been modified goes into the dealer for repair, who's liable when a part blows up in their face? And that's a real question. I mean, that's something that's been an issue within the cell phone industry for years. And as tractors start getting that level of technology, you're raising those sorts of safety issues. So I just disagree with the approach here. And I think there's a really good reason why an agricultural right to repair bill hasn't advanced from committee out in anywhere in the United States besides Nebraska. And that's because at the end of the day, Senator Brandt and I are totally on the same page with our end goal. It's that we want a federal memorandum of understanding in place, like the auto manufacturers did in 2012 or 2011, whichever year it was. I just disagree with the route of going on the state legislation side, doing something that is unprecedented and opens a lot of doors for liability, not just in the ag industry, but also opens doors for other areas of tech, like cell phones, like computers. And I think my concerns are pretty well reflected in some testimony. A similar, almost identical bill actually was introduced in Missouri. It's called HB 975. And Aaron Porter, who's a farmer from Missouri, testified before their House about HB 975. And it gets to some of the safety concerns, some of the gaps in this kind of legislation and this kind of approach. So at the end of the day, Senator Brandt and I are on the exact same page. I want a federal memorandum of understanding. We all just want the dang thing to work. If you're sitting in the field waiting for your dealer, your manufacturer for hours on end to come out and do a repair on a piece of equipment that's not working because you threw a code and it's a fuel line code, and you know that you can replace a fuel line code on your own, like 6 hours can cost you thousands of dollars. I see that issue. Coming from a rural district, absolutely, I wrap my head around that issue all the way. I just think that a large mandate that raises a lot of questions when it comes to liability. And even though the Attorney General generally disagrees on a violation of Article 1, Section 16, and impairment of previous contracts, which you
1
can't
minute.
do, thank you, Mr. President, under the Nebraska State Constitution, I do think there are constitutionality questions that are open here. Since I'm running out of time here, I'll get to Aaron Porter's testimony on my next turn on the mic. And that really gets into more of the substance of the issues within these right to repair bills, their language. But again, at the end of the day, I see the issue, I respect the issue, and Senator Brandt and I, and even the opponents of the bill, we all see the issue. We just take different approaches in how we want to get to that federal memorandum of understanding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon or good evening. Just wanted to take a few minutes. This is an issue that has been around for a long time. As many of you know, I was on the Judiciary Committee my first 2 years in the body, and in 2015 was the first time I had heard about this when a bill came to our committee at that time. And as I recognize the bill now, there are fairly substantial changes in the bill that Senator Brandt has brought forward. The bill that we had back in 2015 covered a lot more than farm equipment, and that was one of the real hangups of it. It covered things like the intellectual property with your cell phone, other things that were like that. So we had a lot of concerns about it. And there was an attempt at that time to talk about and look for a national solution. And I think that's what Senator Brandt talked about at the beginning of his introduction today. And with that, I've got a couple of questions I would like to ask Senator Brandt if he would yield.
Senator Brandt, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Senator Brandt, and appreciate your work on this issue because it is extremely important that we find solutions to these kind of things for our state's #1 industry, agriculture. When you were talking about a potential national solution or a memorandum of understanding, tell me again, what is the status of that as we sit here in 2022?
Well, I'll give you just a little cursory view of what I know. Nebraska Farm Bureau is a leader on this subject matter, and they went to their national, which is the American Farm Bureau, and asked them to work on this, and they agreed. They hired a law firm that specializes in this to do the work. It went through their process, which was the process at Farm Bureaus to be vetted by all the states, or at least a council of state presidents, one of which is Nebraska's. And once it went through that process, then they approached the OEMs. And at this point, I know no more on where we're at in that relationship.
I'm assuming that you would agree that a national solution would be something that would help all of the industry, the ag industry, the implement industry, and the manufacturing industry, I think would all benefit from that. Several of the, and you talked about how the consolidation of dealerships has happened, and being a banker, I understand consolidation. When I started in banking in Nebraska, there were 455 banks in the state of Nebraska. Now we're down to 155, give or take. But there are still as many banking locations as there used to be. They're just owned by people. Several of the dealerships well, two in particular that I deal with that have green color are on the state borders. And what situation would they have if we were to pass this law and they're doing business with customers in Nebraska and customers in Kansas? Is there a problem with that kind of a situation?
This is pretty simple. You would bring a civil action it would go to the AG's office, and the AG would rule on it. So I doubt anybody from Kansas would have standing. So I think it would be just limited to
1 minute.
Producers in Nebraska.
So a dealership wouldn't have to gear up and act differently with Nebraska customers than they would their Kansas-based customers?
I don't believe so. I'd have to find out and get back to you.
Okay. And I know we're running out of time. The other questions that I have, if I'm back on the mic, I wanted to talk a little bit about the issues with emissions, safety equipment, and voiding or not voiding warranties and how that would all work under this bill. But we can do that again at another time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Brandt. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So different than 35 other people, I've been here all the time listening. And this is peculiar, Senator Brandt, very similar to the day I had my epic consumption tax up. There's nobody in the room. So for those of you back home, it's like a weekend here. And that's disheartening because there's information to be shared here that needs to be heard by people. And I understand that, but I have a few questions for Senator Brandt if he would yield.
Senator Brandt, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Okay, Senator Brandt, so let's say today we pass this and this becomes law. Does this force those implement dealers, those manufacturers to give us the codes and the things that we want?
No,
So tell me what happens.
it gets back to the one-liner. The one-liner is it would allow owners and third-party mechanics the ability to restore equipment to manufacturer specifications. And I know that's vague. It would be impossible to write a bill that encompasses all the possible scenarios with all the codes and all the computers and all the what ifs out there. And we chose to keep it simple for that reason.
Okay, so then this passes and then the local mechanic would be able to get the proprietary information they need to make the repairs. Would that be correct?
They would be able to purchase that. Yes, the bill, as it was originally written, and we took the language out that said that the dealer had to provide that. And
Okay.
it kind of read free of charge, but no, so we removed all that language.
Okay, so what happens if they don't? We pass this statute and they say, that's proprietary information. We have a patent on this. We don't have to share this with you. Then where do we go from there?
You would file an action with the state attorney general.
Okay. So if we're the only state that does this, is that a problem for us?
Part of our motivation for doing it this way was what happened in the car and truck industry, where one state did this, and what really strikes the fear of God into a manufacturer is not the first state, but the second state. Because now let's say Missouri and Nebraska both passed a law and they're a little bit different. Now that original equipment manufacturer has to do two different things. And then the more states, every state law is going to be a little bit different. So it's to their benefit to have a national memorandum of understanding.
So I think earlier in your comments, you made a explanation of the tractor testing lab we have here, correct? Is that right?
Yeah.
And so if I'm a manufacturer and I want to sell a tractor in Nebraska, does it have to go to that testing lab first?
Well, historically it did, and I may be incorrect here, but I think it had to be like over 100 horse. There was a horsepower limit in Nebraska. If it was below that, you could use the manufacturer's stated test, but the Nebraska test would verify what the manufacturer was saying.
Okay, so could the manufacturer say, because of the stipulations in Nebraska, I'm not going to sell any equipment in Nebraska? Could they do that?
Not only could they do that, they have done that. I farmed with Alice Chalmers for years, and there are certain models and transmissions that were not sold in Nebraska because they didn't manufacture enough and they didn't feel it was worth the cost of the test.
1 minute.
Okay, so if that happened here, we may find a manufacturer not even sell equipment to us. Would that be fair?
That would be a stretch. Nebraska has a very large ag economy that if somebody's unwilling to sell something here, trust me, somebody else will step in and sell it.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Brandt. Senator Bosselman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a couple things talked about here tonight that I think we need a little more explanation, and I did ask some of the manufacturers about it specifically. And we're talking about EPA controls, and why not give them, if you give them the codes, then, why can't you fix it? And then if something's wrong on the emissions, well, then that's on you. Well, that's not how the EPA sees it, is how it's being explained to me, is the EPA holds the manufacturer responsible for those emissions. So even if I was the one who went in and adjusted the emission side of the things where it was out of compliance, that would still go back onto the manufacturer. So that's an issue that when we start talking about given specific information, computer codes, those type of things, that's a challenge with that, is that the EPA doesn't, the EPA isn't going to come back to me and say, you may be the one that did it, but ultimately the manufacturer, whoever that manufacturer is, they're the ones that are held responsible for that, and they're the ones that have to make sure that no one does any adjustments on that to take them out of compliance. I think that's important for us to understand. And that goes to the complexity of things that we're talking about before. Currently, the diagnostic software is available on most all the manufacturers, so you can download the diagnostic systems. You have to pay for them, but sure, you can download that diagnostic software in order to use on your machine to figure out what is happening to it, what it is, or your local mechanic, your local shop. They can have that diagnostic equipment or that diagnostic computer program to identify what it is. And majority of the things is what I'm being told, the majority of things, failures on equipment is not necessarily computer. So if you can diagnose the issue, majority of the issues that we have, it's going to be something you can repair, you can fix. So we really don't have, I think the stick has moved significantly over the last few years as to what you as an individual can do with your equipment as newer equipment come up. Senator Dorn spoke about it a little bit ago. I'll talk about that again. As we get into self-propelled or autonomous type vehicles, turn around at the end of the row, whatever it might be, that's getting into some more significant computer software that's going to be needed. And I'm not so sure that's something that without specific training being done and schooling being done through the manufacturer that's certified. I think when you talk about cars and automobiles and trucks like that, I think it's ASCE, or there's certain certifications you can go and get. And perhaps that's exactly where this could go. This is that direction this needs to go, is that those shops that are out there, those mechanics that are out there, they can go out and get certified, go to specific trainings, get certified on this equipment to work on it.
1 minute.
The question came up with a little bit with parts. Where do parts come from? I think that's probably an issue that is being dealt with, as well as, you want to make sure you get the right parts. Who's going to do this? The manufacturer going to bring those out, or a third party? Right now, I think it's the manufacturer, the one that needs to or has those parts out there. And so those are things that, as they're talking about at the federal level, those in that MOU, those are the things that they're talking about right now. How does that happen? How do our local technicians, our local mechanics, local shops, or ourselves or our hired hands get certified in this equipment? You can download it, you can diagnostic, you can find out what's wrong with the machine, and you can repair most of it now. But I think to go that next step, as we were talking about before, if this is a piece
Senator.
of equipment, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bossman. Senator Dorn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you guys for the conversation. It was a little bit interesting listening there when Senator Erdman was talking to Senator Brandt about our tractor test lab here in Nebraska, which is, I call it world renowned or world known, and the ability that they have out there and all that they've done. But Senator Erdman asked the question of, why would somebody come and do that, or why wouldn't they do that? Well, I call it, if the profitability is there, they're going to want to do that and be here in Nebraska. And I think Senator Slummer early on, I don't remember the exact numbers, but she talked about the amount or the stuff that we all do in Nebraska. We are, I think, third maybe in corn production, and we rank up there high in bean production, which requires all of this type of equipment. This right to repair then becomes involved in that as we talk about it. And as I've grown up over the years, and we grew up with Well, my dad started farming with horses. I started with, I call it tractors without cabs. And today we are at the stage where if you wanted to buy a tractor, a brand new tractor that most people would use to pull the size of equipment we have today, you're talking probably a minimum of $300,000 to $500,000. And if you're looking at a combine, you're looking at probably for all of the combine and the heads, if you're looking at list price, you're looking at over 500,000. Some of those, one of the equipment dealers, the brand new combine they came out with listed for over $1 million. So we've had some good discussions here tonight, and Senator Flood, I really enjoyed some of his questions and thoughts on it's not only in the farming industry, but it's also in, I call it the radio industry, and how we've evolved over time and where we've came from 20, 50 years ago and to where we are today. Why is this important about the right to repair today? Because we have gone slowly down a path where it has become very, very challenging for some of these farmers, some of these people that I call it are their own mechanics or a neighbor mechanic, and getting that equipment repaired. And as I always like to talk on the mic here, and when I talk the finances, looking out there 2 years and 5 years and 10 years. And I guess the question I have, where will we be at in 10 years? What will this look like? Will this be everybody has to bring everything to the local dealer? Or will there still be some availability or some, I call it, possibility of having a repair shop in the area or a neighbor repair shop? Visit a little bit about the auto industry. Senator Brandt talked about in 2012, I forget which state, I think Massachusetts or somebody passed the MOU, and then what that's evolved in the car industry. Well, most places, our town, most little towns have a auto repair or a car repair facility. The one in our town, people often complain about he has too much business. He has to park cars along the street where he shouldn't park. So that part has still gone on, and they are able to work on many of these vehicles, and they are able to, I call it, repair many of these cars. So that part has evolved, and then why or how comes or what has been the hang up of, I call it, bringing in the farm aspect of this into that right to repair or that same type MOU.
1 minute.
And where is the holdup or where is the hang up of why this isn't progressing or progressing at the rate or coming to something like the auto dealers or the car makers have or whatever. So it's been a very interesting discussion the last couple of years, and to see where Senator Brandt brought this bill originally, where we are at today, and to have this discussion on the floor for me has been very, very exciting. And I will yield the rest of my time back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Senator Lowe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I was just thinking, as technology advances, so does the automobile industry. What do we do about Tesla? Can you take a Tesla into a third-party dealership to have them fix the motor, the battery? I don't think so. As Senator Moser just said, if you stick a screwdriver into that place in the wrong place, you could send yourself to orbit. So I'd like to continue reading of the testifiers. My name is Mark Hennessy. I'm the president and CEO of Iowa Nebraska Equipment Dealers Association. And you've heard from two of our members about association here today. I think we are all in this room and trying to accomplish the same thing. And I do believe that on this legislative floor. We don't want to have a producer unable to operate their equipment in the field. We want them to be able to harvest. We want them to be able to plant. And if they want to be able to repair their equipment, we want them able to, and we want to be able to support that repair. We are all after the same objective. The question you raised earlier, Senator, and I'm not sure which senator raised this question, was that they aren't aware that they can already do this. I think when you hear and what you've heard about our products that are currently available in the market today, producers can buy diagnostic tools, equipment software subscriptions, much the same as an independent repair or dealer themselves. This is available for them to be able to do themselves if they wish. The question becomes, why aren't they doing this? Well, they can if they desire. They can if they desire. So they already can do this. It really does boil down to the awareness of the issue. Are they aware that these tools exist? Why are we needing to have legislation for something that's currently on the market today? So I think the crux of the matter is to crystallize it as to how we create better awareness. Do we do that through legislation, or do we do that through communication? What is the best way we can accomplish this objective? Because we are all after the same thing. And that's trying to make sure that our producers in Nebraska can be able to plant 24/7 or whatever schedule they want to be able to get their crop in the field or harvest on time. That's what our producers want to have. That's what our dealers are striving for. That's what the OEMs have been able to provide, those tools and diagnostic capabilities for all of us to be able to do. So I just want to close that we're all after the same objective. We don't believe we need to have legislation to accomplish the ability to the right to repair because the products are available on the market today. We don't have legislation to create awareness. That's a challenge that we have to do, and we have to do better job of it. But that's where we really like to be able to step up and make sure that we are looking at this bill from the lens of, are we doing the thing right? And if we can improve, we certainly are open to that. We don't think legislation is needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't think legislation is needed in order to get that accomplished. So I think what the dealers and the association is saying is this is already out there, that the producers can repair the vehicles themselves. They just have to pony up and buy the software or buy the equipment to do it. So, do we need this legislation? Senator Brandt, I thank you for bringing the legislation to be making us become aware of it, and that we need to continue to bring awareness to the producers out there that they already are able to do this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Aguilar, you're recognized.
Question.
Question's been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. Question is, shall debate cease? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have all those voted who wish to? Please record, Mr. Clerk.
13 ayes, 5 nays to cease debate, Mr. President.
Debate does not cease. Returning to debate. Senator Salami, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I'm going to get back to where I left off on my last turn on the mic. with Aaron Porter's testimony before the Missouri House on HB 975, which is almost identical to LB 543. And he's a farmer. He has a lot of experience in this field. So I do think this testimony is valuable because it hits on a lot of the key issues and concerns I have with the route that LB 543 is taking. Again, Senator Brandt and I are on the same page about the federal MOU. I think it absolutely needs to happen. And he has pointed out an issue that is very real and very expensive for our farmers. I just, again, disagree with going about it through LB 543. So this is Aaron Porter's testimony. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Aaron Porter, and I'm a cotton, corn, and soybean farmer from Dexter. I've been farming in Stoddard County now for 20 years and have owned, operated, and maintained farm machinery just as long. I oppose HB 975 and would like to take a moment to share why I believe it is wrong for Missouri's farmers. I support every farmer's right to repair and maintain their own equipment. However, HB 975 has gone far beyond right to repair. If it were simply about the right to repair, it would be unnecessary because the ability exists today for me as a customer or an independent repair person to purchase the same diagnostic equipment, software, and wiring harnesses that John Deere dealers purchase for their factory-trained technicians. After talking to my local dealer, I found out that for a fee and a yearly subscription, anyone can diagnose and repair a wide array of John Deere equipment complete with periodic software updates and IT support. In preparing for this committee hearing, I wanted to make sure that what I am telling you is true, so I looked into it. I called 3 dealerships from 3 different owner groups in Southeast Missouri and found that that indeed I could obtain the capability to diagnose and repair my own equipment if I so choose. However, diagnostic data is not all HB 975 seeks to access. The bill is written so that equipment manufacturers would be required to divulge embedded code that even factory-trained technicians at your local dealer does not have access to today. This code would allow the user to manipulate performance and safety parameters for the equipment they are servicing. This manipulation of a tractor, for example, would result in several possible outcomes that would have safety, liability, and equipment value implications. I would like to share a couple examples of 2 possible scenarios. These are real, and I promise you will result from such access being granted regardless of what the proponents of the bill will tell you. A practice common in the diesel pickup world, known as chipping or tuning, would be possible and probable if this legislation passes. This practice generally increases horsepower to levels that will cause powertrain failure and defeats emission control components that result in a violation of federal law. Several problems arise with the manipulation of this nature. First, there are no physical indicators that express an alteration of code has occurred. Farm equipment manufacturers spend millions of research and design dollars to build tractors capable of handling the power they produce. When tractors under heavy load put out more power than the drivetrain can handle, components tend to fail. This, I believe, will have a negative impact on the value of used equipment. Unless a buyer knows a seller, how can they have the confidence they are not buying a piece of equipment that has been manipulated and abused? Secondly, thank you, Mr. President. There is a liability issue that arises with such a manipulation. If an owner of a tractor violates federal law by disabling emission controls and trades that tractor, and then the buyer of that tractor is caught with the tractor out of compliance, who is liable? Remember, there is no visible way for the new owner to identify that a manipulation of code has occurred. Guess who will be paying a very hefty fine? I'll continue with this second point on my next turn on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Sanders, you recognize?
I yield my time to Senator Slama. Thank
Senator
you.
Senator Slama, 455.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the discussion on LB 543. I'm really grateful for these ag-related days. We don't get many of them unless we're talking about property taxes. So to have an ag-related bill and to be able to have so many of the farmers on the floor share their expertise and some of their concerns and points of support for LB 543. It's good for me to see. So continuing on with Aaron Porter's testimony before the Missouri House on HB 975, which is very similar to LB 543. I was about most of the way through, so I'll just wrap that up on this turn on the mic and ask Senator Hughes if he's available a question. Just give him a heads up. Another potential scenario involves a real annoying safety feature of harvesting machines, a feature I may add that has saved countless life and limbs. Operator presence sensors in the seat of combines and cotton pickers sense that the operator is seated and in control of his or her machine. If the operator gets out of the seat, the machine immediately disables harvesting operations. This feature is present to reduce the potential for the operator to injure themselves in the various moving components on the harvester and its row units or header. Manufacturers build these safety features and others into their products, making them safer to operate, even though many operators may find it annoying or cumbersome. This is a feature that, if this bill passes, can be overridden, and accidents will happen, threatening the safety of the operator and those that will follow during the life of the machine, decreasing the safety of the machines and increasing liability for the farmers that own them. These are just a few of the several examples I could share with you today on the negative implications for Missouri farmers if HB 975 passes. I urge the members of this committee to carefully consider this proposal, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide input for the committee's consideration. And Mr. President, I'd like to see if Senator Hughes would be willing to yield to a question.
Senator Hughes, would you yield?
Of course.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. So what are your thoughts on LB 543? I want to make sure that you, as a farmer on the floor, an experienced farmer on the floor, had a chance to share your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Senator Slama. I appreciate that. I am opposed to LB 543, and there are several reasons. It's been a good discussion, and while I was in the chair, I do have to pay attention to everything that's being said, and I appreciate all the different points of view. But trying to compare today's farm equipment with cars or pickups, that's apples and oranges. You know, cars and pickups get us from point A to point B. Farm equipment, whether it's a combine or a swather or a tractor, there's a lot more involved. It's not only getting us from point A to point B, but it's doing a lot of work in the meantime. If you take a combine, there are multiple computers on that combine, and there are a lot more moving parts. You know, it's not only stripping the crop from the head or from the plant, it's thrashing that crop, managing the residue, cleaning that crop, storing it until it can be offloaded. There's a lot of different operations that are going on at the same time. So comparing cars and farm equipment is not even close to the same thing. On one of our tractors, you know, the tractor is pulling our implement from point A to point B across the field, but we've got 3 to 7 different hydraulic outlets hooked up doing many different things. It's driving the planting device, it's driving the fertilizer pump, it's driving the transmission, and all that is being monitored at a different on different monitors at different rates that are doing different things. So this is very complicated equipment, and I'm very appreciative of the manufacturers of the millions, probably hundreds of millions of dollars that they've invested in this technology, and they deserve a return on that. And as a farmer who takes advantage of those opportunities that modern equipment gives us, I am very appreciative because it allows me to be much more effective, much more productive. And that's been the driving factor. We don't have farm kids like we did. So each person on the farm has to do more. And the way we do more is by buying modern equipment that allows us to do more with less manpower. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes, Senator Slama, and Senator Sanders. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Senator Hughes is on a roll. I'll just yield him my time.
Senator Hughes, 4 minutes, 52.
Thank you, Senator Williams. I do appreciate that. As I said, I've been in the chair for quite a while, and have wanted to weigh in and got here as quickly as I could. But as I'll call it significant size farmer, we do have multiple pieces of equipment and we are very frustrated when something breaks down. I mean, I am not someone, I'd like new paint because when I want to work, when the window of opportunity is open for me to harvest or plant, I want that piece of equipment to go. But if you're a farmer that's having trouble with your dealer and your equipment's down for 2 or 3 days, you better find a different dealer, or you better find a different piece of equipment. There's quality equipment out there. Yes, it does cost, but you've got to be able to keep up with the times and make sure that you have got the support network. Senator Dorn has talked about the price of equipment, and he's somewhat low in some of his estimates of what today's equipment costs. But that goes back to how much productivity we have, and that productivity costs money. And our manufacturers have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in that technology. And one of the pieces that I really marvel at is our satellite guidance. We have guidance for all of our equipment. God forbid the guidance goes down, nobody knows how to drive anything anymore. But that convenience, that value comes at the end of the day, because if you're driving, concentrating on going straight, after 8-10 hours, you're wore out. But if you don't have to concentrate on that and the machine is doing it for you, you've got 10, 12, 14 hours that you can be in that piece of equipment and not be as drained at the end of the day. And you are more productive because you can concentrate on the operation that you're doing, not on where you're driving, not keeping that straight line. You can analyze the rest of the machine. On our combines, we've got opportunities to shift things on the go. And that's incredible technology, but that takes computerization and getting back to the point where car dealers, mom and pop auto shops can do these changes. It's apples and oranges. Downtime is very, very expensive, and we've been frustrated. We had one of our combines down for a couple of days this last harvest, corn harvest, I believe, because there was a part missing. That was supply chain issues. And I'm not going to say what color we drive, but the color we have, they do a very good job of servicing their customers. Our local dealer does a very good job of making sure they've got quality mechanics and they pay them well. And yes, we do pay a large bill when it comes for those mechanics to come to our operation. But what is our time worth? That one combine that we've got today does more than 3 did when I was a little kid. That's 2 less individuals that have got to be out there, and it's certainly a lot nicer place to work with the cab and air conditioning and radio. You're not sitting out eating dirt for 10 hours a day. What is that worth? What is that worth to today's farmer? We are the most efficient farmers in the world in this country because we have the technology that our equipment manufacturers have invested in to help us be that way. We are not the least cost producers in the world, because our infrastructure and our government regulation causes our costs to go up, but we are the most efficient operators. And that's something to be very proud of. We have the most abundant, safest, cleanest food supply in the world, and that's something we should be proud of. And that's not just the farmers, that's the equipment manufacturers, that's the truckers, that's the railroads, that's everybody. It takes a lot of people to make this thing work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Williams. Senator Clements, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been a concern of mine. I know that I talked to Senator Friesen. He said he had bought a $1,200 part, put it in his combine himself, and then the combine gave an error that it was a foreign part, couldn't be repaired until a technician authorized it. And so this is a concern. I can see I've got an independent mechanic in my hometown that I hope he still can get access to these. But I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Brandt.
Senator Brandt, 420.
Thank you, Senator Clements. I'll probably be the last speaker on this, so everybody in the room knows what's going on. We've had a very productive discussion. It looks like this is going to get filibustered. That's just the way it goes sometimes, but we might be bringing this back next year. I guess my interest is we had a very robust discussion about technology and agriculture, and in Nebraska, that's critical. Hopefully, some of the people out there got the message that we aren't going away. So a lot of this had to deal with source code or intellectual property theft. This bill's got nothing to do with that. This bill is basically about getting the equipment to work. Farmers out there have been lockstep with the dealers on working together. I can tell you if you have a monitor that takes cables or if you have a guidance system that needs work, it's a team effort. And this is not an attack on the dealers. This is not an attack on the OEMs. This is just sort of shows mission creep. There are certain original equipment manufacturers out there that have made it very, very difficult to work with farmers, and other ones have been outstanding. And this kind of was to level the playing field. It doesn't look like we're going to get a shot on that, and that's fine. For those of you that are interested, when I opened, I did mention that there were 11 class action lawsuits against John Deere. All of those were filed this year by farmers. You can look it up online. I've got one here. It's 48 pages. It does an outstanding job of outlining what the problem is. I would guess that down the road, these will be consolidated into one class action. So maybe farmers need to be aware of that. Data, we talked about data. We hit a little bit on cyber. So this is the world we live in today. If something would happen to our satellites, think how many planters or tractors wouldn't be able to go forward. We don't use markers anymore. We use satellites to plant with. And if we're getting to these autonomous tractors and a lot of our cars and stuff like that, guys, we lose the satellites, you're going to be SOL. That's a fact of the matter. So anyway, with that, thank you everybody for what? Thank you everybody for all your help on that, and I'll give the rest of my time back to the president.
Thank you, Senator Brandt and Senator Clements. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, explanation of vote from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Series of name adds: Senator Vargas to 721, Morfeld 852, Slama, Wishart, Brewer, Blood, Breesy, Williams, Jacobson, Moser, McDonald, Coulterman, Lowe, Gregor, Dorn, Aguilar, Clements to LR 427. Mr. President, Senator John Cavanaugh would move to adjourn the body until Friday, April 8 at 9:00 a.m.
Colleagues, heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. We are adjourned.